All right, let's try this again. Sorry, it happens every now and again. StreamYard will have some kind of a glitch or something and it just shuts down. So my apologies, guys. Come on back in a few minutes. Try to get comfortable again. Hold on, I'll explain it here in a few minutes. They'll be rejoining us too. Make sure you're sharing it out, guys. There you are, Victoria. Come on back, guys. Sorry about that. You guys coming in or no? Are you trying to? Hold on. Let me try something here. All right, I dropped the other links. I guess the new link. Hold on. Good Lord. StreamYard, all sorts of problems tonight. Hang on. There's one. All right, there's mom. Good Lord Almighty, this is crazy.
And we're back.
Links aren't even working right.
YouTube's probably doing some kind of update or something. They always like to do that right in the middle of something.
Hey, it screws up the StreamYard though. Sorry about that, folks. I have no idea what happened. It happens every now and again. Welcome, Heather. That's what I was saying earlier. A lot of people were telling me that YouTube has unsubscribed certain people from the channel. So make sure if you want to be subscribed here that you are.
Phenomena.
And go back in and resubscribe. Sorry about that. They've been really weird lately with a lot of things in here. It just ends it right in the middle of it. So I'm sorry, guys. Welcome back.
And then you sent me 2 links, and it said live ended, and I was like, well, phenomena.
Yeah, I didn't. They're not working. I don't see you back. I think you were backstage at the other one, Salty. I gave you the new link. I had to give.
I was backstage to the other one too.
Yeah, I had to give mom 2 or 3 links, and I gave you 2 or 3 links as well. Try the new one. There she is. There you go. Yeah, see, it's doing all sorts of weird shit like that. Sorry, guys.
And Betty Boop, no, I'm not Mama Bear. Mama Bear is Doggo's normal co-host. I'm Mind the Monsters. And Terry wanted to know, did you see my question? The trapdoors in the hotel closet floors under the carpet. I have. Those are do you talk about the hotels in South Florida? That's really disturbing. There's some pretty disturbing videos out there.
Say that again.
There's a hotel, I believe it was a Days Inn, and I want to say it was in Miami. It's been a while, but this guy, like, he went into his hotel room and, like, I don't know, I guess he just got like a weird vibe about being there, which trafficking is a real thing down here. Like, it really is. Like, when I worked at the plaza, we went through every 3 months, we would go into the conference room and we would have a whole new trafficking, like, school, I guess. So you learn about different things. But there was a Days Inn, and I want to say it was in Miami, and he went into the closet, and when he pulled like a almost like a trap door looking thing up, there was a tunnel under the hotel. Yeah, that video.
There we go. Hang loose, guys. Let's check it out.
Yep.
3-star motel. This what really freaked me out up here by the front door. Not this. See the lens, bro. This what freaked me out. Right by the front door. The fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
The old drug smuggling tricks of South Florida.
If it had been me, I'd have crawled off in there.
Y'all know who oh my God, his name just left me. The big drug lord from Mexico.
El Chapo.
El Chapo. What's the lady's name that sold a ton of drugs? Oh my gosh, I can't think of her name right now either. But there was a documentary done on her, and I've watched it. But there was literally a storefront set up, and it was fake, a fake storefront. But they had tunnels like this coming up. You know, that's where they would smuggle everything, the drugs and all the large packaging. That is insane.
Yep. They had a Kentucky Fried Chicken that was shut down, or from the outside. It looked like it was shut down. They went inside of it into the back kitchen, and I think it was one of the coolers, and found tunnels that ran all the way across the border and Mexico that was inside that building. Somebody noticed it because they kept seeing people, cars and lights on in there.
Yeah, they build elaborate tunnel systems, and you can move whatever you want through there if people pay you enough money.
Right.
Whether it be drugs or people or weapons, you know.
Whatever it is, yeah, absolutely. It's a bad thing going on right now. I guess I can play this after that too, because it's
Rachel saw me doing what I was doing. I was like leaning into the camera to look to see if I can see down that tunnel.
Remember we talked about that kind of stuff, Kimber?
Oh no, I was actually leaning into the camera to see if I could see down the tunnel.
Kimber.
There you go.
Keep brushing your hair. You're pretty.
It's my ADHD. You know, I wanted to see down that tunnel.
Mm-hmm. Did you get to see anything?
No, I didn't see a thing, but I tried.
Okay. At least you're trying.
They didn't stay there long enough and have a big enough light.
No. Nope. Oh, here we go.
Illicit activities,
sexual assault, and stop human trafficking gangs.
Human trafficking is big business. It generates about $150 billion a year globally in illegal profits. Traffickers exploit a number of companies to carry out their deeds, banks to launder money, planes to transport victims, and social media platforms to lure prospects. But there's one major sector where traffickers tend to hide in plain sight: hotels.
We know that sex trafficking takes place in hotels and hotel rooms.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to run up to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back, okay?
Yep.
We also know that individuals working at hotels can be in situations of forced labor, and labor trafficking can take place at any point in a hotel supply chain.
Human trafficking is the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act. In the U.S., there were more than 10,000 reported cases of human trafficking in 2020, and 72% were related to sex trafficking. Large events like the Super Bowl are thought to bring a spike in sex trafficking due to a high influx of visitors. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated this issue. Criminals are able to abuse new hotel technology like contactless check-in, making it more difficult to spot signs of trafficking. All the while, waves of sex trafficking lawsuits continue to pile up against hotel chains.
Now, what we also saw during the pandemic was really a confirmation that trafficking is possible and profitable in the United States because there are systemic inequities and injustices that the pandemic really highlighted.
With the impact of COVID-19, civil lawsuits, and increased awareness, what are the major hotel chains doing to curb human trafficking? Hotels and motels are some of the most common venues for sex trafficking. Traffickers generally use the rooms for commercial sex acts, and the ability to pay in cash provides a sense of secrecy through finances. It's estimated that commercial sexual exploitation generates about $99 billion in illegal profits globally. These activities are unbeknownst to hotel management, according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline. But Nakia Vestal, a survivor of sex trafficking, says hotel staff are sometimes in on it.
Most traffickers on that scale, they always have a set location where they work. They always pick a hotel where they work because it's comfortable for them. They know the people at the front desk. The people at the front desk know what's going on. So, for them to say, "Oh, we don't know what's going on." If you see the same individual and these same girls come every day, you know what's going on.
In 2000, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I know this is a little off subject from what we're doing, but I have to say this only because of what Kimber just did, and it'll lighten the mood just a little. It's funny as hell. So me and Molly were looking at maps of the ocean not too long ago, about a month ago, and she's very good at mapping and stuff like that. So she's pulling these maps up, and I said, Molly, can you see anything on the bottom, the like the floor of the ocean floor, stuff like that? And she's like, yeah, hold on. And I don't hear anything. And I don't hear anything. And then I don't hear anything. And then she's like, oh my God. I said, what's wrong? What'd you find? She goes, nothing. She goes, I couldn't figure out why I was getting dizzy. And I said, what are you talking about? She goes, Dago, I was holding my breath while I was looking down under the water in the map. And I went, what did you just tell me, Molly? Please tell me that you're joking. She said, no, it happened.
Yeah,
That's when you really dive into your research.
Exactly, Mom. You go, Molly.
I love her to death. I do, but she's holding her breath, looking at a map underwater. I said, "Good God, you guys are amazing." So anyway,
hey, we got to do what we got to do in true crime to get to the truth.
it's dedication, absolute dedication. So thank you again, Molly. No, not making fun of you, but I had to tell the story because it was.
I was trying to see where the tunnel went.
Right. Well, we got to get Molly some scuba gear for her research in true crime. Now we know. So
truth. That's just true.
And we'll get you a periscope, okay, Kimber? That way you don't have to lean so far into your camera.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, moving on, everybody. Yeah, see, she's even telling you. She did it 5 times. She couldn't figure out why she kept getting dizzy. I said, Jesus Christ, Molly, don't hold your breath. It's a map. It's not going to work.
Hey, look, I get dizzy when I try to go in King Roadhouse and I have to move my phone around, I'm like, I find myself not knowing which way to move my phone. And then I'm like, damn, do I have to move my phone?
Yep, exactly. Well, even back in the day with video games, when you're playing, I used to catch myself playing a racing game, going like this.
Yeah, you move with it, right? Like it's going to make any difference. You've got to lean into it like Kimber does. Lean into it.
Exactly. So just a little something funny to break up the monotony anyway. And again, I know this isn't Maddie. I'm showing this, though, because it relates to what we just saw about the hotel. And I think this is all interconnected with what goes on with Maddie and what went on with Maddie and what goes on daily in these cases.
It is. It's a form of trafficking, Dago, because especially when they get into the CSAM aspect, the buying, selling, trading of the materials, and that's a large amount to possess, and not be doing something with it in my brain. So I know they're looking at that, and if they are, and he has done that, that Mama's right. They're going to take their time on that aspect of it because that's going to be a lengthy. Well, they're going to branch out and go after the ones who also received the material, right? Mm-hmm. So, you can bet Santa's no joke over there in St. Cloud either. He was buying, selling, trading a lot of material, and so that it's a really horrible thing. And some of those kids in the St. Cloud, I know that on the news is where I saw it, so it wasn't a heard thing, it was heard through the news, so take it for what you will. But 2 of the children of the videotapes appeared to be from within the neighborhood, which means you let your child go down the street to play thinking they're safe, and they weren't.
No,
and that's scary because you do have friends, right? From the ball field, from the school, the kids have friends, the church community, wherever you hang out in with your kids.
Yep.
There's always that one person, lurking, and you hate to be that parent, but this day and age, you have to be that parent.
Guys, I told you, I've been saying this since I kind of pushed myself into this whole thing that we're really focusing on nowadays. We've always been told for years and years and years and years, we were raised that way. We were taught this our whole lives, and we were taught to mind our own damn business. Well, guess what, guys? You can't anymore. We can't mind our own business. Because
you know what? You're right. My mom always stressed that, but when it came to the kids,
yeah,
she would probably was the first one not to mind her own business, right? And I get that from her. My sisters are the same way. We're like mama bears. Don't mess with the babies, right? Period. Mind yours. I don't care whose they are. If they're within earshot, they're mine.
That's right.
And not everybody thinks like you do, though, or we do, and you can't just really get to know people, guys, before you are comfortable leaving your kids with them. And you don't want to tell your kids you can't have sleepovers or you can't go there. But you got to do your due diligence and talk to your kids. Let them know it's okay to call you in the middle of the night if they're become uncomfortable at any point, right?
That's it. Don't just hand them a phone and walk away and let them live their lives, guys. You got to be, and not that any of you would ever do that. I'm not saying you guys, but anybody that were to hear this, you got to be a parent to your child these days, especially. Back in our day, sorry, I was.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, back in our day, we were kind of self-sufficient, and our parents really didn't have to worry that much about us because in the neighborhoods that we all grew up in, probably, at least in mine, the neighborhood, everybody knew each other. The parents knew each other. The kids knew each other. The parents knew each other's kids. Like I said this before, I could go down the street to my buddy Chad's house, and if I screwed up down there, I was gonna get my tail. I was gonna get tagged or yelled at least. And when I walked in the door at home, she's hanging up the phone, swinging on me because I did something wrong. That's just how that worked. Okay. But nowadays, people have a phone. Okay. They give their kids phones. A lot of people do and say, here, when I call you, answer it or text me and let me know you're okay. That don't work for me, guys. No, I want to see my child physically. He tried that when he was just going next door. I said, you got to check in for 45 minutes. Well, I'll call you. No, you won't. You'll come right back over here so I can see your face and you can talk to me. That's how that works. And
my child is 17 years old. When I handed him a working phone at 8 years old, Life 360 went on there and that phone was on full lockdown, right? Absolutely. We knew everything he could do and not do. He could only dial the numbers we put in, things like that. We had total control, and I did that for years with him. But the thing is, my mom was a very open, honest mother. I'm a very open, honest mother. And I have to remind even my grown son sometimes and his girlfriend, these kids are smarter than you guys think.
Yep.
They can handle a lot more than you think they can. They're
very resilient.
They can understand a lot of things, and you have to you want to teach them safety and to be aware without causing straight up fear and anxiety as well. It's a thin line, there's no right or wrong way. I'm not, just don't be afraid to be open with your kids about what could happen, right?
You have to be.
You can't just say, a stranger could get you, because then they're thinking, well, how bad is that stranger? Is they because I had one that would bail off with the stranger in a heartbeat.
Yep.
One that wouldn't leave my side, one's she's running away and one can't leave me, but they're different. But if you're just honest with your kid, and your kids, like I said, I had one, she was full of anxiety, wouldn't leave my side. I had one that could give a rat's ass about me. She's running off and I'm lucky to see her. I have to keep my eye on that one. So your kids are very different. And you just know how, and just don't think they're not smart enough to handle conversations, because they are.
Very true. Very, very true. And you have to communicate.
I agree with what Doodle said. Gen X, which is what most of us up here on this panel are, or all of us.
Yeah.
Gen X, we are a different breed. We're probably one of the most self-sufficient breeds.
I agree 100%.
And we, I was be home when the street lights come on. I was the same way you were, Dago. Everybody, everybody in the neighborhood knew everybody. At that time, it was all younger kids. We were all,
And there was usually a couple. There was usually a couple older kids when we were younger that kind of looked out for all of us too.
Right.
Well, my mom, we had that, it was that way at my house, but all the kids came to my house. My mom was that mom. Everybody came to our house. And when we had sleepovers, it was generally done at our house. And there was 3 of us girls. And I know at one point, all 3 of us, our best friends lived with us, right? Because things at home weren't great or whatever. And their mothers agreed to let them come live at our house. But my mom, she didn't sugarcoat stuff with me. Danger's out there and you need to be aware of it, even down the street, down the street. So I grew up the same way where there were a lot of kids riding around the neighborhood, this and that. And we weren't allowed to stray off too far, because even then in the late 70s and throughout the 80s, we already knew, we were becoming more aware of these predators because of mass media, right? CNN launched headline news, and the next thing you know, you're hearing about things you never heard of before, and it's happening all over the country. You realize, you're like, damn, maybe I didn't want this CNN shit after all, but it's good to know, right?
And that's you're absolutely right. And especially with my mother was that mother that was very aware of everything. She was a nurse. She worked all the time, but she was very aware of everything and taught me everything. And quick example, when I was like 15, 15, I always looked older than my age because of, hair and stuff like that. But there was a 30, I want to say she was 35. She had 2 younger kids herself that lived right next door to me. Okay. And, 15-year-old kid, she dressed very provocatively. She was a taller woman, and she was attractive to a 15-year-old kid. My mother would watch her and tell me, I heard her telling my father, you better watch him when I'm not here, because if I find out that she is coming onto my son, I will bury her and nobody will find her, because that's how she was. And I never caught those things, but she would flirt with me and a couple of my friends. And she was just that kind of person. It was very weird thinking back on it, that what could have happened, but thank God it didn't, because my mother was like a hawk and was like, no.
Good mamas have good instincts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
your instinct, and usually go with your gut, guys. Don't ignore it.
I think she got the drift one night. We were sitting outside on the front porch, just hanging out, two of my friends and me, but she paid more attention to me than anybody. And my mother came outside, and she seen her, and her name was Michelle, and she seen her and cocked her head sideways, and she goes, I'm going to tell you something, girl, Lee, you stay away from my son. You're way too old to be even looking at him or talking to him. If I catch it again, your kids are going to be looking for a new home. And that was the end of that. And she never looked at me again, from what I can understand. But still, it happened even back then in some ways, guys. So you got to understand, it's been here for a long time. It just got progressively worse because of where we're at right now. It's made it more accessible, easier to deal with, and to make things happen. So
it's gotten progressively worse because of the internet. There are far more ways to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of parents these days look at the internet as a babysitter. Here's a device, take your device. But what and they'll put them on the internet. Well, what they don't realize is, my kid probably had Facebook. He finally let me talk him into getting Facebook, I think, when he was 12 or 13. But the thing is when he got Facebook, I had his password. I told him, I said, if you want a Facebook, here's the deal. I have your password, because I wanted to check and make sure that what he was doing was okay. He wasn't, there was nothing on there that no creeps or anything were trying to message him. It was controlled, but because that's the problem. A lot of these parents just give them, here's a phone, here's the internet, go. And you can't do that anymore.
You have to listen to what they're listening to. Even when because I have 2 sets of kids, my first set and then my baby, he's 17. Right. But my older kids, even when, there wasn't internet when they were little. So they watched a lot of, Nickelodeon, Disney type stuff, but I listened to what they were listening to. And there were times I would turn around and look at that TV and go, what did they just say to my babies?
Yeah.
And it's the context, you know what I mean? It's like, even like with SpongeBob, who can be hilarious if you're high as hell, but there's things that are said in there that you like.
It's all directed.
Today's kids understand things a little differently, so there's just it goes back to being just open with your kids, because different things are going to be out there, and predators, they just change their methods because of the internet. It's not that the internet, it's not that handing, because look, whether my son's 17, he's been handed a phone a lot. He's been handed a device, but he's also been handed the opportunity to go do a lot of other things, right? And with that, me handing him that device comes a lot of responsibility, just like me teaching him how to perform when he walks out that front door. This is how, and you just that goes back, even back in the 80s and stuff, there were predators out there then. There was one that set up shop near here, and he opened a business, and he went out and found kids. And of course, when you cater to your business caters to young teenagers, you got your pick. You get to know them. You find the vulnerable ones, the ones of the single parent, the one who has to work all the time to support that child and the siblings or whatever. That's a vulnerable child to a predator. Because if they befriend the child and befriend the mother, if I hire this child, then I befriend the mom, gain the mom's trust, then I can take the child back and forth to home from work, whatever. You know what I mean? They know how to operate. And you know why? Because they have connections to each other. And they communicate all of these different things to each other, and what works and what didn't. And here they are very bizarre, and they do some very dark stuff. And Mom can attest to that. She has seen a lot of it, and it's just out there. So all we can do is, we're not going to stop it, unfortunately, but we can protect our children and teach them how to handle these things in life that are, we can't deny social media and devices are going to be a part of life. You just have to be the parent when it comes to those devices.
We can bring awareness.
Right. And I think that, getting to know your neighbors, the people around you, the people in your neighborhood, I think that is very important, because, your neighbor could be a predator, but you can get to know that person, find out, know the people in your neighborhood. And what Marie in Tennessee just said, I think devices have caused kids not to be able to read people. And I totally agree with that statement, because when you're texting, there's no tone. When you're, there's no tone. So, we were all before the texting age. Now we go on a trip and we're like, oh my gosh, you go to the store and like, oh my God, I forgot my cell phone.
It comes with its challenges.
But they can't read. I think because they text so much, they're always, oh, text me, just text me. But they can't read people as well because of the text, and because text has no tone to it. So it's harder for them to read people.
This is not really on the subject, but it goes along with it. You know how many kids can't read a damn clock to tell time?
Well, that's been happening for years and years and years. I even called that when my 30-year-olds went to school. It was all they didn't even really do the clock hand thing. It's like, really, where's the clocks? Because it was all digital. I was just as guilty. There wasn't a damn clock in my house that was not digital. And I realized that one day when my kids were in school. I was like, well, damn, it is a different time. I just have to roll with it, right? So, but it is, these kids, the pandemic showed me, because of my child's age during the pandemic, right? 15-year-old boy, he was always in advanced classes, but he's a hands-on visual learner. Going to school online was torturous for me and him.
Absolutely.
And then you couple that with not seeing your friends for as long as we did. Now, Florida did go back to school a lot sooner than most. He didn't go back right away because of what was going on at the time. We lived really far from the schools. We just chose to stay in it a little bit longer. But then I was like, no, this is enough of this shit. You can go back to school now, just wash your hands. So we went back to that. But it was hard. And just all he had was social media, right? And his gaming device and the ability to play online. But he wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't doing anything. I couldn't take him out to do a lot of things, right? Our beaches were open. And I took full advantage of that. The day that bitch opened back up, I was like, I'm there. But Yeah, so it does affect them. If you don't want your kid to sit in their room on a device 24/7. You can't let that happen. And I don't encourage, mine. If I left mine alone, like there'll be a weekend, I promise you, that I see him on Friday when I feed him dinner, and I'll see him come out and get food maybe Sunday. I'm like, no, dude, no, you got, take a break. But you just got to be vigilant, and they don't know how to read situations, or even interacting in public sometimes. I'll be like, I caught myself looking at my kids sometimes going, oh man, and it would hit me that that's what was going on. So I had to kind of retrain him once the pandemic started to lift and we got to go out again and do things and get him back into school and back into a good social atmosphere, because all that's important to the kids. And when one kid learns the red flags, right?
Mhm.
Who do kids tell first a lot of times something's going on in their life?
Another
Their
friend.
their best friend,
Yeah.
no matter what their age.
Mhm.
Because that's their happy, comfortable place, and they might be free to talk and without realizing what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, but if they can share what knowledge they've learned from their own parents, if they're in a situation with their friend at a sleepover and they go somewhere and they're like, "Well, no, this guy's sketchy. Let's go find your mom." If they're at the game room or something, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Instead of talking to the stranger and going off with them, your kid might be the one to say, "Nah, we're not going with you." You know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Very good stuff, guys. Very good stuff. All right, let's get through this here, because this is important to me. That it's heard by everybody. And again, raising awareness is the absolute best thing we can do, you guys, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
Act, or TVPA, was the first bill enacted to monitor, prevent, and criminalize trafficking. It also penalizes private entities that enable or are complicit with the illegal act. This law was a pivotal moment for survivors. Since then, major hotel brands, as well as smaller motels, have been sued for negligence, profiting from, and even promoting sex trafficking. Experts believe Risa Retrio filed the first ever civil claim against a motel or hotel for its role in human trafficking in 2015. The case was settled, and with it, hundreds of other victims have come forward with lawsuits. In 2019, 257 defendants were sued for sex trafficking, and 117 of the defendants were hotels, more than the 4 years prior combined. In 2020, 149 defendants were sued for sex trafficking, and nearly half were hotels. The hotels accused more frequently were Motel 6, Super 8 Motel, Days Inn, Red Roof Inn, and La Quinta.
The low scale motels, they know what's going on. If you have a hotel where you have porn, where you can go in and there's a channel, you click a channel, you turn the TV on, porn's on the TV, that's a red flag right there.
Although they made up a smaller portion of cases, big-name hotel companies took the top headlines that year. In 2019, 6 major hotels, including Marriott, Wyndham, and Hilton, were sued by a woman for allegedly turning a blind eye to signs of trafficking in their franchised hotels to continue earning a profit. The defendants contend that they did not knowingly benefit financially from the plaintiff's sex trafficking venture. In the same month, 3 sex trafficking victims sued 3 major hotel chains in Houston for gross negligence. The U.S. Department of State estimates that there are 24.9 million trafficking victims worldwide at any given time. Human traffickers prey on adults and children of all ages and backgrounds, exploiting them for their own profit. People who come from systemically and historically marginalized groups are more likely to be targeted.
Especially when it comes to labor trafficking of guest workers in the U.S. who are in the U.S. on temporary guest work visas are very often targeted by traffickers, often because there are certain loopholes in that system that traffickers are exploiting. On the sex trafficking side, we absolutely see greater risk with LGBTQ youth, especially runaway and homeless youth, as well as Black and brown girls and women in Indigenous communities as well. Now, communities who have, again, experienced historic discrimination and all of the rippling effects from that.
It's been long believed that large events like Mardi Gras, the Olympics, and the Super Bowl lead to an influx of sex trafficking in the hotels of host cities. In 2021, the It's a Penalty campaign collaborated with other businesses, including Hilton Hotels, to educate, equip, and report human trafficking in Tampa, Florida during Super Bowl 55. As a result, calls in Tampa meets the National Human Trafficking Hotline saw a 166% increase compared to the same time period the previous year. However, there isn't any data supporting an influx in human trafficking during large events. Awareness campaign and media coverage is likely connected to an increase in reporting during these times. It's most likely that the same folks who were trafficked on Super Bowl Sunday were trafficked the Sunday before and the Sunday after, according to Polaris. These days, social media plays a big role in both recruitment and prevention. Traffickers can use it to impersonate, manipulate, and advertise their victim services. On the other hand, viral stories of sex trafficking attempts are sweeping the internet. But those sensationalized stories of attempted abduction in stores, malls, and parking lots can do more harm than good. Experts say traffickers typically use coercion or deception, not kidnapping and physical force.
Now, one of the most common myths that we see perpetuated on social media will be things like kidnapping schemes. Things like some sort of ruse to get someone to get out of their car, and then someone will come and kidnap them and then traffic them. Those situations are highly unlikely, very, very rare. We really do not hear about them on the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Now, when those types of situations are proliferated on social media, that type of disinformation, what ends up happening is people don't understand how trafficking really happens. They sort of miss the point that trafficking is most often perpetuated by psychological coercion, by people who a victim or survivor knows.
Since its enactment, the TVPA has been reauthorized and updated 5 times, each time providing more support for programs that serve victims. And more bills are being enacted on the state level. In 2018, California introduced a bill requiring hotels and motels to provide human trafficking awareness training once every 2 years for employees that are likely to come in contact with victims. Hotels such as Marriott have implemented their own training requirements for employees.
We recognize that a number of states and local jurisdictions are passing new legislation on human trafficking that puts new requirements on hotels, like instituting mandatory training and displaying signage and posters that educate guests about human trafficking that might be happening in hotels. We comply with all local laws, but we also have been implementing many of these efforts on a proactive basis long before those laws have been passed.
In 2011, Hilton signed the ECPAT Code, a voluntary set of principles travel companies can implement to prevent sexual exploitation and trafficking of children. By the end of 2020, 71% of Hilton's leaders from its portfolio of over 6,000 hotels have completed human trafficking training. Hyatt also has its own comprehensive human trafficking training and has made it mandatory for all global colleagues and new hires. Some of the signs hotel staff are asked to look for include patrons paying with cash, having few personal items, and refusing cleaning service for multiple days.
What they're really being trained to look out for are signs that someone else is controlling another person, trying to force them to do something that may or may not be something that they want to do. So oftentimes, trainings will look for red flag indicators that suggest that someone is controlling another person. That could be controlling their communications, whether or not they're able to talk freely.
Since the COVID-19 pandemic, hotels have implemented a number of changes, including contactless check-in, mobile key, and reduced room cleaning, all of which makes it easier for criminal activity to go under the radar. Despite these efforts, it's unclear just how much the trainings work to curb the amount of exploitation happening in the hospitality industry. It's a big investment, but Marriott says it's worth the effort.
Marriott has made a substantial investment in developing both versions of our human trafficking awareness training and a number of accompanying resources. In addition, we also require all on-property associates to complete the training, so we compensate them for the time it takes to do so. The training is 60 minutes for associates and 80 minutes for managers, which really amounts to hundreds of thousands of hours spent on this training and underscores the importance of this effort for us and the significant investment we've made in it.
Due to its importance in housing, transporting, and selling victims, the cooperation of private sector companies in combating human trafficking is crucial. Although hotels and motels are unwilling participants, most agree they have a responsibility to detect, monitor, and report potential trafficking.
Thank you for sharing
All
that.
right. Oh, absolutely. Anything I can to put any awareness out on that. But it all goes back to truly, what Salty said is talk to your kids, talk to your grandkids, talk to your neighbors' kids. If any children that you think may not have the resources or the knowledge base that they should, tell them. There's no reason to not to. Of course, you don't walk up to random kids and say, "Hey, by the way," get the parents' permission. But just saying, folks, it's not a joke anymore. It's become, in my opinion, worse than the drug epidemic that we've had for years. Okay, because it's real. It's not a joke. It's not fake. And again, it all relates to Madeline's case in some senses. I fully and wholeheartedly agree with that. So.
And if you see something, say something.
Yeah, and like I said, a lot of people don't agree with how I say it, but I don't care. I don't. It's time that we stop minding our business with relation to let me put it this way, in relation to that though, do it with some couth and some respect for the scenario. That's all I'm saying, but don't just turn a blind eye to things that you see and say it ain't got nothing to do with me. It ain't my business. It don't affect me. Please stop doing that. That's all I'm saying, because it does. In the long run, it does, because you never know when it could be your scenario. That's the scary part, folks. It can happen to anybody. And God forbid it ever does to anybody, ever. But it does, okay? Just saying. Just saying. So anyway,
I'm curious, Mom. That was a nice presentation, because it's important to bring these things out and be talked about. People can be aware. Be aware of your situations, your surroundings, what's going on, and just knowledge is power, right? So if you are in a situation, you're alone, you're a woman, you're vulnerable already, you're a target. So there's different things, and that's not like me saying, "Oh, we're women, we're targets." No, that's just statistically. You're a woman, say the girl who disappeared locally. She drives out to the beach, parks her car where she normally would park it, the truck, gets her bike out and goes for rides. Everybody rides bikes down there. But when she went missing and then they found her car, there it was with the bike in it. So, but she had went out alone, but it was something she typically did. And I don't blame her for what happened to her, but you need to be very aware of your surroundings. When I go somewhere, I know everything going on around me. Everything. I'm watching everybody, because I can't trust it, right? If I go in to get gas, I go pay for it, get pack of cigarettes, whatever, my usual gas and cigarettes go in there. My phone's in my hand, because I don't know what's going to go down between me and that front door, right? Am I going to need 911 here in a minute? So just be aware of your situations or your surroundings, and don't always think you're safe no matter what. Be just, even in a good area, you still have to be vigilant. Even in rural areas, like where I'm at, I still lock my doors. I get on my son all the time, because I live at my son's house. I go past that front door and it's not locked. No, dude. I don't give a shit where we live. Lock the front door. There's one in every neighborhood, right?
Yeah, and listen, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. Something I found out. Hey, JC. Yeah, I think that works. This JC's at CrimeCon, or was at CrimeCon.
Yeah, we were chatting with her at Mom's a couple nights ago before she was gonna head out to CrimeCon.
And I never
And
did get her a list of restaurants because
yeah, Kimber is a horrible host for Tennessee.
squirrel,
She,
squirrel,
you gave her
squirrel,
pointers though. You gave her tips and pointers, so that was good. You did good on safety. On safety, so
I did give her tips and pointers on safety, and it looks like she is safe. That is the main thing that JC
awesome.
is safe.
Well,
Hi,
I hope
JC,
there she
honey.
is. I hope
I'm
she had a good.
sorry.
Did you have fun?
I had a blast.
JC, I'm so sorry I didn't get you the restaurants. Where did you eat though?
Honestly, I just ate at the hotel at the conference so far,
Yeah.
except for
She didn't venture off. She stayed safe. Good girl.
well, I didn't have time. I haven't had time to yet.
Thank you, Zelda.
The hotel was beautiful, wasn't it?
Oh my God, it is like nothing I've ever seen. And you guys, I just have to say, the most overwhelming thing about this whole experience was the venue itself.
Oh yeah,
And
it's overwhelming.
There was over 6,000 people. And guess what? When we went to those ballrooms for our sessions, I had no problem getting a seat. There were thousands, like in the main ballroom, I want to say there was close to 2,500 seats.
Yeah, those ballrooms are huge. I used to work there. I used to work in the engineering department, so we used to have to go. We used to have to go over there. We'd get lost walking through the hotel trying to find something.
JC, I have a question. JC, did you stumble across Cy Ray and his booth?
Cy Ray?
Yeah.
You know, the guy in regards to the Koberger case.
No, I mean, the expert phone analysis guy that testified for the defense working for the Koberger case. Did you see him at the crime con?
I probably did, but didn't know it was him.
Yeah, because I wouldn't know him like in a. Well, I think I would now because I looked at the picture, but it's hard to tell with like in a court hearing, people in those hearings with the camera angles and stuff. But yeah, I was just curious because a lot of the good, there's a lot of good booths around for people who are in the business. You know what I mean? Detectives and crime scenes and things of that nature. The crime scene stuff would really intrigue me.
Do you guys
So,
do you guys know Glenn Kirshner?
I know that name.
He's the prosecutor for Robert Wan.
Thank you, Zelda. I'm not familiar.
He's the Asian guy in DC that stayed the night at his 3 friends' house and ended up perfectly stabbed.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
So Glenn Kirshner is the prosecutor for the 3 boys.
And go check back, chat.
He gave a speech yesterday that was absolutely amazing. And then Chris Hansen spoke today. Paul Holes spoke today. At least the sessions I went to. And then a missing girl has been missing for a while. Maybe almost 10 years or something now. But the NYPD is just absolutely, it is just and I've known this, but to hear it live and to hear it in person is so much different. But like these families having to do detective work is absolutely absurd, you guys.
I agree.
Absolutely absurd. And this particular case is Chelsea Cobo, and it's just absolutely like just disturbing how much this woman has had to do her own detective work and family. And I know it happens to families all the time, but you know when you hear it personally and you hear it live and you hear it in person, it hits different.
Yeah, Mom can attest to that, I think, because she's bringing some cases out that I've been listening to where I think that happens, you know?
Yeah.
And so it's...
I did miss Nancy Grace, though, but I did talk to her executive assistant. And I did get to talk to Denise Huskins personally as well, so...
Did you happen to see, did you see Carrie Rawson in there?
I did see Carrie. I didn't get to talk to her. I didn't make any of her sessions, but I will be watching them.
She dropped some new.
You saw that, Dago?
Oh, I watch all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
She dropped some new info on her daddy, BTK. So quite
Well,
interesting.
yeah,
I
that
do know
that
that she did
started
have
breaking right before she did that. It was what I saw, Dago, was a piece she did with News Nation plus another interview from Crime
Yeah.
Con. Or
Mhm.
Court TV, I think, did one as well. But
Yeah.
about a week before that, or a few days before that, the new evidence came out, right? And
Yeah.
she was on the task force that was formed several months back, looking into the new stuff, and that was part of it. But if I'm not mistaken, because we talked about this a little bit this morning in my channel, but on our stream, but I think she's not on the task force anymore. But she's well aware of what had been happening with the case and with
Mhm.
this new evidence. So yeah, that was interesting. And that's the BTK case, guys, the
Yep.
BTK
Yep.
killer. If you're not following, and Carrie that she's speaking of is his daughter.
Mhm.
She is on Twitter a lot. She does a lot in the true crime community.
She does.
There she works. She's been helping investigate her dad for a lot of years.
Mhm.
She kind of did. She had a choice, of course, but one day you get a knock at the door. You're a grown woman at this point, and hi, your dad's a serial killer with the FBI.
I respect her like insanely because this is her father, folks. So you got to understand, first off, to find out that your father is one of the most infamous serial killers of all time. There's that. And this is the man that raised you, taught you everything in your life. How do you react to that? Then, you have the option to go around and possibly helping to understand who he was and help in his investigations. I mean, what's the choice? You see what I'm saying? You got to love her and you got to respect her for what she does. Like, you really do, in my opinion. So
Absolutely.
Carrie is phenomenal. She really is. Carrie is a phenomenal advocate. She's a phenomenal human. I mean, if you don't follow Carrie and if you're on Twitter, then what are you doing with your life?
exactly. And people,
she is amazing.
I've stood up for her. I don't know how many times people come across. So she's so weird and this and that, and she's going to be just like, no, stop.
No, that's bullshit. We don't tolerate that. I mean, it's. I mean that you can't change folks like that's mind to start with because they're just going to be them. But in reality, it is what it is. That's a very hard concept, and the way they used her to help get to their dad, or just that's a stream in itself. What led to BTK's arrest alone,
Absolutely.
but the fact that she she has gone back and talked to her dad openly about what you did. What did you do? And she talks about her experience. I think she has a book, right, Mom? On her experiences and everything. Yep. So yeah, she's good. Y'all check her out and be respectful. And because Carrie will be the first to tell you she struggles sometimes.
Of course.
And don't we all? So she will literally back away from Twitter when necessary. So you just need to give her grace at times. But she's a great advocate. She does a lot. And a lot of it's hard to investigate your own dad like that. Come on.
That's it right there. Please be respectful. She's a big part of the true crime community, and a lot of us respect her in a lot of ways. So please be
follow
respectful.
her on Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will follow her on Twitter.
I'm gonna throw this up here, guys. I wanted to show this last week, and I couldn't find the right one. The last time I covered this, I should say. And this is the interview with Maddie's biological father, Tyler. It's a little rough for me to watch. I've watched it 3 times, and a lot of people have asked about him, so on and so forth. So I try to bring you guys every bit of what I can on these cases when I can. So I wanted to show this to you guys, and just for those of you who haven't seen it, I don't know how many of you have. Thank you very much, Barbie, for the super sticker. God bless. I appreciate that very much. If there's any issues with the audio or anything, please let me know right away, and I'll fix it. Thank you. And here we go.
No sound.
Stephen Stearns.
There we go.
Now in jail on sexual battery charges. And then last month, Madeline's body was found in a rural area of St. Cloud. And so far, no one has been charged in her death. Today, Maddie's dad told our Shannon Butler he has confidence that investigators will bring whoever killed his daughter to justice.
Tell me about your daughter.
just the most important person to my wife and I. She was just full of joy.
Tyler Wallace had last spoken to his daughter on her birthday. He had no idea it would be the last time. How did you find out?
I was informed through a phone call from Jennifer that she was missing.
What was her demeanor?
Jennifer's?
Was she calm? Was she
No.
freaking out?
I would say anxious.
The next morning, he got in his car and drove from Texas to Florida, only stopping for gas.
I always thought that was interesting, hearing that coming from him. Just letting you know.
But shortly after he got here, Madeline Soto's body was found in this rural area of Osceola County. Her mother's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, is charged with sexual battery and possession of child sex abuse material. He is the main suspect in her murder after investigators say Stearns is on video dumping her backpack and laptop in a dumpster in the early morning hours of the day Maddie was reported missing. Did your daughter ever indicate that something was going on in that house?
Not to me, no.
What did you think of Stephen Stearns?
I had interacted with him on Instagram a couple of times loosely, just kind of seeing if he gave me the ick or if he seemed okay. And as far as I was interpreting his demeanor, he seemed like a warm, interested, but like not responsive, very often person.
What do you think of him now?
I don't want to say that on camera. I can't communicate to you. Every father knows what I'm thinking right now.
Tyler met with Kissimmee police about their ongoing investigation. But do you think that Jennifer Soto knows more?
I don't know, and I am interested in knowing, but I don't have reason to believe one way or the other right now. These are the things that the investigators are looking into.
And now he won't get that chance. Instead, he's here to take the little girl's ashes home to be with him now. Was Jen a good mother?
I don't know how I can excuse this. I don't know how I can excuse this. I don't know the whole truth, though. I need to hear more. I need to hear more to answer that question.
Shannon Butler, WFTV Tonight.
He handled that so well because, you know, we all would have been feeling what he's feeling right now. Honestly, if it was us in his shoes, we'd be thinking the same thing.
I couldn't have been anything like that. There would have been no way. I couldn't even have done that interview. I'll be honest with you. So God bless him for that. I did find it a bit interesting that they gave him her ashes to take home. Like, she's got two parents. There's no like. I'm gonna.
Well, from what I understand, Dago, they didn't. He didn't take all of them. It was like a split.
Okay, well,
because a lot of times you even when you someone passes and everything when you get your urns, you can also order a lot of other little things.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can order smaller like eggs and little things and you can use like little lockets even. Just all sorts of things you can do. So, but it was an interview. I was on Plunder maybe. So I'm more prone to believe something. If I hear like something like that, I'll believe. You know, I believe her more than I would hear anywhere else. So if I did, because I'm very picky about where I'm getting information. If I watch a stream about Maddie and Stearns, I try to be mindful of where I get stuff from. But anyway, yeah, from what I remember, from what the family, it was like a split of them. So I don't think that like Jennifer's like, here, have them and take them. I think they probably split them.
Well,
whether she cared or not, it's different. You know, I don't know what she's thinking or feeling, but it would have been a red flag to me if I were him if she handed all of it, right? Because that's a personal. Even if you want to share, because like when my stepfather passed, I have a wonderful dad that's still with me. Thank you, Jesus. But I loved my stepdad. When he passed, I had all of his ashes. And my aunt, his sister, wanted them. But she wanted them because she wanted to take them back to Maine and have them buried next to his daughter. She passed at 16 from like leukemia. So I had agreed, you know, sure, that's fine with me. Well, that sounds great. But when it came time to hand that over to her, it took me a minute and it was like silence in the room. And she looked at me and she said, "You don't really want to give those to me, do you?" And I looked at her and I realized, no, I don't. But I knew in my heart that was where he needed to be, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Well, like when my mom passed away, like my dad wouldn't even like, well, first off, they were Catholic, but second off, it kind of makes a little bit of sense because say like I got part of them, my dad got part of them, my sister got some of them, my brother got some of them, and some of them went into the urn. Well, we all have her, a part of her, but she's not whole. You know what I mean? So that's where they were coming from with that. And like, I get both sides. Like, I definitely don't judge people that like, you know, want it. Like I asked, I said, are we going to be able to get some? And Dad's like, no, we're not splitting her up. And that was my dad's decision, you know? And so
I understand. Absolutely. I understand. I got some other footage here I wanted to play in regards to this that Mom made and put out, and God bless and thank you very much for that, Mom. I appreciate everything you've done on this and do on everything. Please understand, you do amazing stuff. So I wanted to show you guys this footage as well, kind of give everybody a little, in my opinion. Hold on a minute.
And if you guys hear music,
okay, all right, I got you, Kimber. Thank you. I'll explain that. Kimber. But
okay, thank you.
Yeah. What the hell was I gonna say? Oh, anyway, to give you guys a little bit more of a, in my opinion, and I think it's important on some of these cases to get a more personal. If you're gonna follow these cases, support these cases all the way through, which I will be on this one because I 100% stand behind every bit of this and how horrid it was, and it needs to be dealt with in the right way. It gives you a more of a personal look into some things that we don't always get. Okay. And I like that kind of stuff when it comes to these cases. So again, thank you, Mom. And I just want to show you guys as much of this as I can. So,
I want to give this individual walk-in. So this is the arbors. This must be right next to them. These are the condo units. And all right, so this is the arbors. So he's gonna kind of drive slow because it's gated, and I'm gonna show you guys it's gated, and we're not gonna be able to get in here.
This is the area where Maddie and her mother lived, and the monster visited every so often to do what he did. This is that area there, around there.
So set this up for everybody. This is you, Mom, right?
Yeah.
Getting the lay of the land. She's like, Mom, go ahead and explain what you're doing here.
So what we did in these are cut together videos. What we did was we went to the Venetian Bay, which is where the condos are. And you guys will see that when we get there, there was law enforcement posted at the gate. So there was no getting into the gate. But I wanted to, because there were so many people in our community that live in other countries and live in other states, and they don't have the option to be able to see where this all took place. So it was important to me to be able to go and show. Now, this is where we're going down the turnpike, and I was kind of showing how the terrain is, which he's doing 70. So, you know, but I wanted to show the terrain and how, you know, we talk about the terrain in Tennessee and how rough it is. It's also rough down here because, like, where I'm from, you have where you're able to see the ground. Like, it might be leaves, but down here we have these things called ground palms, and they are not friendly. They have huge thorns on them, and they bite. Like, not literally bite you with teeth, but you will know you stepped on a ground palm. So this is really rough terrain.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I slowed it down a little bit to see.
Right. So I just kind of wanted to give context of the area between, like, the woods and everything.
Kind of the drive from where they lived and to hold on,
Hello, beautiful.
Turn the volume back on.
It was hot. I looked rough that day.
Oh, you're beautiful, Mom.
And I'll cut all the
Oh, yeah, we don't want to hear you like that. Hold on.
Yeah, speed her up
Yeah.
there.
So we're on an old road in St. Cloud. And you guys, this is like a really
Lily's speeding now.
Yeah, he tends to drive like a race car driver. I think he gets behind it and he thinks Mustang
Oh
fast.
yeah.
Sorry, my car's dirty.
And you guys can see this is a really, really nice area.
Mhm.
Beautiful, beautiful, like trees and just landscaping, and the houses are all nice. It's just a nice area in general, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
Florida it's known for beaches, right? But throughout Florida, there is a vast system of these woods, right? And there's thick areas of these wooded areas and these national forests all throughout Florida. And that's where your swamps come into play and all the different things you've heard and all the good things. But Mom is right, where we may not have the mountains and the hills and the different things of that nature, and we don't deal with all that snow, we have a different type of elements to deal with. The
Yes.
Florida heat, the humidity, the creatures that live in the hurricane, the things that live in these woods. And so everybody has their thing. So even, it's when you see wooded areas that the Florida pines and things like that are very, common, and they get thick and they can go on and on for miles and miles and miles. But it's interesting I didn't really get a good grasp on the site where they found Maddie until I was able to view Mom's video footage. So I'm going to mute out so we can watch your Mom. You pick up and take over and tell us what's going on.
Okay, so this is where we're driving. We were driving to St. Cloud because Kissimmee and St. Cloud kind of butt up against each other. And this is a really nice area. So this is the Walmart. This is the Walmart where, in my opinion, I believe this is where some of the footage came from that they were able to see, because we did hear mentioned earlier on that it was a Walmart.
Hold on a minute, guys. Listen, I don't know what's going on over here. Betty Boop has been in here for quite a few months, guys. I see that somebody's saying something about who she is or who she isn't or whatever. She's been in here for a long time. She was actually on my panel once. And unless the name was changed on the account, I know who she is. I've seen her before. So it's okay. Just calm down, relax, and no problem. So she might look like that person, but I definitely don't think that's who that is. It's okay though. I appreciate everybody looking out, but it's okay. Calm down.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. I just took a look toward chat. I don't have a clue, but that account's been here a while, so I don't know.
Road, Canoe Creek Road.
Exactly.
And it's really woodsy too, like all over down here. It's really woodsy and swampy areas. And the whole state's pretty much swampy, but it's a nice area. I try when we're in these congested areas not to get people's license plates because the internet's weird. Girls in the mods.
For real, right? It's got to be difficult. You got to remind yourself.
I get it.
It's about 15 minutes to get from the apartment complex to the exit.
No problem, Zelda.
The turnpike, the Florida Turnpike, to get here where we are now on Nolt Road. And we're headed to Old Hickory Tree, which from what we were seeing from the chopper view, it looks like it's going to be a really rural area once we hit that road.
Where are we heading? Did you say, Mom? Old Hickory.
So this was the first time that we went down there. So this is completely raw. Like, I'd never been there in that area before. So and it's pronounced Nolte Road. Apparently I said it wrong, but I'm from Kentucky, so I'll say it the way it reads on the sign.
We say a lot of stuff funny.
Yeah.
No, it's all good, guys. No worries. And again, Taylor, thank you. I appreciate the input, but it's definitely not who she is. Betty was in here long before that dog handler ever showed up out here. I promise you. And I've seen her. She's been on my panel. So, like I said, it's probably just misunderstanding, so on and so forth. But she's good, guys.
Guys, that account's been here for a little bit. And stop. Let me, Dago, let's please. I'm a mod, so I'm just now reading chat because I was busy talking to you guys about a case. about a little girl being harmed in horrible ways, and I pick up to look at the chat and I see what's going on. So I don't really know where y'all are getting your information from. I'm not going to say either way what's going down there is true or not. We will look into it and it will be handled. But in the meantime, stop it.
Let's just focus on this.
Stop
please.
it, because I'll go be mod for a minute. And y'all will, none of y'all, either the ones causing it and even the one that's being targeted, will all leave now. If y'all can't come out here and play right. So I'm serious. I'm sorry, Dago, it's not my stream, but I am a mod and I don't know at this point. I'm over that conversation right there because people are turning on each other. And that's what happens with these cases because everybody's got their own damn opinion and they can't look beyond anything else but the drama. And then they start turning on each other for stupid little comments you might have made in somebody else's chat over there yonder.
I'm gonna sit in the back seat and shut up because Saucy about to turn this damn car around and we ain't going on vacation.
I'm sorry. I'm so interested in what we're viewing right now, and I want to respect what Mom did.
Yes, that's what I want.
I don't want to pick up this fucking chat and see people arguing over another set of parents who've lost children.
Very good point. I appreciate that.
So if y'all want to cause it or be a part of it, just I don't know. Stand silent. Damn. Be respectful while this is going down. Sorry, Dago. Carry on.
Here we go.
It's a lot of traffic, but it's Saturday in Florida and it's like 70, 80 degrees outside.
You had that disgusted look on your face, Mom, when you said the temperature. That was funny.
It shouldn't be that hot as early in the year as it was. It was horrible. I'm just not trying to get.
That's the only thing I love Florida. It's beautiful. I miss living there when I live by the ocean. I hate the humidity and the heat. It's the only thing I hated.
And it's like when you get into this part, it's so like open field. It's like the country, I guess is the best way to put it for those of us that are from other places. It's almost like being in the country. You're in a really rural area. There's not a lot of buildings to absorb the heat, and it's just miserable, dry.
Yes.
Like it was horrible today.
Wide open, miserable heat.
So this is the main stretch from when you first get off the turnpike and go like you're headed to Old Hickory Tree.
Gotcha. And where we're heading, folks, is we're going from the condo where they lived, and they're driving out to where Maddie was found. And this is to kind of give you an idea of the distance, the drive that had to be done, that this piece of garbage monster drove this poor little girl after she was deceased in the vehicle with him.
Mom, how far are you from the where Maddie and her mom lived?
The spot where her body was left is roughly, depending on traffic, it's about 25 to 30-minute drive to there. But these are cut together videos. The other one that I sent you, Dago, is probably going to be a better one because this one, we had the baby in the car with us, and she was complaining about being hot, and
I'm sure
we didn't make it all the way around.
I'll show them both to you guys, obviously, but
So from where they lived, Jennifer and Maddie, to that McDonald's that's on the route that he claimed he took that morning, and he kept going to the McDonald's. You know, I once offered her McDonald's, then she didn't want the McDonald's, and then I gave her a damn Danish or whatever it was he gave her, whatever.
You don't know that's a lie, but yeah, right.
Yeah, I was just curious how close she was to where they lived to go and like let me see the ride from that house to this McDonald's down the highway. Just I don't know. I like to visualize.
Is that in the next video, Mom? With the going that route?
The next one's going to show from the next one I ran the whole thing. I believe it was. I thought I went live that day.
Okay. Yeah, we'll show that too, just to give you guys the.
Yeah, you guys are good.
I've been down there so many times, y'all. I lose track of which video has which footage in it.
Mhm. How far is this from where you're at, Mom?
It takes me about 30 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
And Salty, how far are you from this?
Me? Oh, from me to Orlando is about, technically it's about 7 hours, but usually, yeah.
Okay.
It takes me about 6. I used to go down there. Because I'm a Florida resident. We always had the annual passes to the parks.
Yeah, of course.
So we were down there all the time. So always in Orlando and Kissimmee, so I know the area, but I don't know it like Mom does. I just know the general area, right? And I know what Florida is like throughout. So, but I when these cases happen, I jump on the maps. Like I love to live on a map. I get obsessed with these damn maps sometimes. But seeing things in real time is
I love it.
I love it. Yeah, I'm a visual learner, so you get so much out of it. And it made me wonder, Mom, given where the memorial's at, where she was found, I have to wonder, was that a hurry up and do it kind of thing because the tire went flat out here and was really en route to maybe somewhere where it would be easier not to discover, right?
Maybe he didn't get to go to where he wanted to. I thought.
Yeah, I wonder if there's something triggered to leave her there versus further out a little bit, because I went into the map and could see where you could get into the forest area. And I thought, well, why? It was because the flat tire comes back into my mind. But they tracked that but afterwards, right? But I was wondering also, Mom, if there was anything else in those documents that really stood out to you other than the hotel log stuff.
Not really, other than the request for surveillance footage on Old Hickory Tree, which I think was the Ring camera footage. So this is the dilapidated house where, if you watch the helicopter footage, that's where they had first stationed when they were looking for her that day. So I did stop. And again, I had the baby in the car. And at this is not a crime scene, but it took everything in my power to keep from walking back there.
That's what we do.
And
That's
not to be like out of pocket or disrespect Maddie by any means. I really wanted to go back there because there's supposed to be a pond or lake or whatever the hell they call it down here back there behind there. So I kind of like zoomed in, but I really wanted to like walk back there and see like exactly, was behind there. And there was a lot of speculation. There's a huge, real nice house that's right beside this. And then you have this house.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. Like that's where I was showing the signs where you could see that, I was where I was. Like if you saw the helicopter footage, it's clear where I was at.
Right.
And again, we had the baby in the car and she was complaining about it being hot and rah, rah, rah. And she didn't want to, and then I don't know. I just felt weird about taking her to I had a drone bee, but I crashed it into a palm tree. So the drone is no more. I need to get another one, but I was learning how to fly it and like not paying attention to where the drone was. And there's so many palm trees that I didn't realize how close I was to the palm tree. And at first it got stuck in the palm tree and I thought, oh, it's good. He's a tree guy. So I'll just have him hoist up the tree and get it. And then it fell. And when it hit the parking lot, the drone was gone.
That's not cool.
And there's the difference right there because she's in Central Florida, guys, and I'm in the Panhandle, Northwest Florida. They have, everybody assumes palm trees are throughout the state of Florida. They're not. They're not native down here where I'm at. No, we don't have them. If we have them, people put them there, like, you know what I mean? Like the condo, on the beach, at the resorts and different things. People put them in their yards or whatever. Yeah, they're not like native here like they are down there. Isn't that crazy? I just thought I would say
real
that.
quick. Molly asked Mom if there were train tracks around that area by chance that you remember.
I don't remember seeing any train tracks. I don't, which we don't drive around a lot when we're down there. We kind of just go do what we're going to do for Maddie and then move on.
Sure.
And I'm going to turn this
answer Marie your question real quick.
Yeah, I was just going to hit on that one, Dago. Go ahead.
Okay. this is the area that Stearns took Maddie from Maddie from the home out this direction, out to what the video we're about to watch is the second one, to where he left her, okay, where she was found. So I'm just trying to give everybody kind of an idea how all this went down, when it went down, and it kind of puts you, I don't want to say in the mindset of this monster, but put yourself during that day of what went on and how. So you guys know where everything is. I think it's important to know every bit of these cases. If we're going to follow them, we need to know absolutely every bit in detail that we can get on these. We can't get everything, obviously, but as much as I can get, I try to show you guys. So that's why I show you guys this stuff.
It gives us more understanding of the cases.
Yeah, it's important to me. I'm like Salty. I'm very interested in the like crime scene forensics and the like reenactments of the path of different things that were taken, how things happened, when they happened, the timelines, all that stuff I love. So it's very interesting to me, always has been. All right, so this is the second video Mom did. We're going to follow this one through the whole thing. You said, Mom, this is the one that actually goes to the whole thing, where she was left. Okay, great.
Yeah, this one should be all cut together to go through the whole thing. And then what I did today was I just did from the turnpike. So if you leave the condo, it takes about 8 minutes to get from the condo to the turnpike. And then we took the drive from the turnpike to the memorial.
Bingo. Absolute. Wonderful. Thank you, Walt. I appreciate you, buddy. As does everybody up here, I'm sure. Mom, I'm behind. Is this near Orlando?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, we all appreciate Walt Harris. He's your own personal troll. We love Walt.
Absolutely. We've been through a lot, Walt, and you're still here. I appreciate everything you do for the channel, my friend. Do we know if Stephen truly did have a flat tire? I do believe he did. And I'll be honest.
At the surveillance photos, he had a donut on his car.
Yeah, he had a donut
on that last document drop that was done on the evidence log. There's some tire tread they recovered, and I believe it was covered right there at the scene where Maddie was found, or right there near it. And I've listened to a really good stream about that document drop and kind of went over piece by piece what what it all meant, could mean. And I've got the list, but that is listed as one piece of evidence. So if they can match that to, I think so. I think there was a flat tire, and I think, like Mom said, they've got him. There's cameras that see him out there, and there's cameras everywhere that see this guy. So I don't know what, apparently, because they got a lot of camera footage recovered.
He wasn't very smart, thank God. And I'll be honest, guys, the flat tire, I know not everybody's religious, and I'm not super duper religious, but I do have my faith. And I truly feel that flat tire was a God-given blessing. I'll just say it that way. Because honest to God, if he would have Salty made mention of it earlier, that it's very possible that wasn't to be his final destination, but the tire did it because at the time he didn't have a choice. So we could have never found her. Okay, that's very possible that could have happened, but this made that possible, in my opinion. So I think that's a blessing from God, as far as I'm concerned, is all I'm saying.
Hey, Mom, can you kind of tell Jean where we're at? She's behind. Could you please tell? She said, "Could you please tell me was the drive near Orlando?"
Where she lived is roughly about 30 minutes from Orlando. But you have to keep in mind, Orlando is huge. You have all different parts of Orlando, and you have little towns that are still considered Orlando that are not Orlando. So if you were headed down the interstate, like traveling through Florida, when you come out of Orlando, you're going to come into the Kissimmee area. So if you're getting off of the highway, you get off on the Narcosi, and I'm probably saying that wrong, but the Narcosi or whatever, you get off that exit.
Narcosi,
Narcosi, there you go. You get off that exit, and that's where the route actually technically starts to where we are headed.
Right. Yeah, I lived down there for a while years ago too, folks, down in New Smyrna Beach, right next to Daytona. So I know a bit about the area. I'm not super familiar with where Salty's from, but down there where Mom's at, Orlando, Daytona, and all them places I know quite well. So, anyway,
Yeah, I'm down here near Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi.
Right.
I'm down that road.
The Gulf Coast, the Florida Bama line, stuff like that. Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, nope, not today. I saw that happen. That's actually 25 minutes from me where that happened. It's crazy. Crazy. If anybody's interested, when we're done at the end, I'll show you what that's all about. But that's 25 minutes away from me.
That happened last night, didn't it, Dago? Because I think my husband was talking about that.
Yeah, it happened last night. It's very sad. But yes, I'll show you guys at the end of this what it's all about. If you want to see, of course. All right,
Let's
moving
continue
on.
with Sweet Maddie.
Yes. Do you want me to leave your narration on this, Mom, or do you want to narrate from there?
You can probably leave this one on, and then if I need to jump in, I'll like raise my hand.
Okay.
Like
no
a
problem.
Zoom meeting.
There you go. All right, guys, here we go. Thank you again for this, Mom. This is absolutely amazing. Appreciate you so much.
It's my honor. Thank you guys for all keeping, Maddie's memory out there and being here and being a part of the chat and being, just being you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do. Because, I made a self-rule a long time ago. I was never going to get this close to a case, but when you do what we do, you can't help but get close to the cases. So
yes,
this is
very sad.
a case that absolutely she has grabbed my heart, and that's
when they're close to you guys too. That's another like Clue and Kimber, I think, and those of you that are close to Sebastian's case in Tennessee. Clue said it was like. Cletus said it. It was like being smacked in the face when that happened there because it's right there. They don't expect things to happen. Just like what happened
like
in
a ton of bricks just hit you in the heart, and you're like, "Oh my god!" And then my stepdaughter is Maddie's age, so that was something else that was like, "Whoa!"
Yep. It's the passion comes out even more when we get to these cases close to us. So, absolutely.
Exactly.
All right, here we go.
Madeline's school. And we're going to leave her cross.
I got her here at her school. There's the school sign. And this is the memorial that is at her school. And this is for Madeline Soto. Oh, so pretty. So I'm not a softie, but you guys are hearing me sniffling. I was crying a little bit. Right here.
I am a softie. That's the problem.
The cross. I try to hide it. So that's the cross that I got from the community, from like everybody, to take up there, and it's metal, so that way it would weather.
That's awesome, and thank you to everybody in the community that took part in that. It's amazing.
The memorial that is set up here at Madeline Soto School, Hunters Creek Middle School in Orlando. Okay, so we're leaving Madeline School. There's our memorial. So this is how close the school and the church are together. This was just to give context of how close the school is to the church where she was allegedly seen on footage. We're just going to kind of make a loop-de-loop around the church. So this is a really pretty piece of property. So there's the preschool part, and here's the church. We're probably, I don't know, so 500 feet from the preschool. So there's the church. Let's see. It took us about a minute, roughly about 60 seconds, a minute to
to get to the church from the school. So this is where
Yes,
he
B.
dropped her off at and watched her walk towards the school. You can't see it. There's the interstate. There's the big cross, and her school is right on the other side. And just for context, I'm not sure if that's a business.
So I did find out later on these are apartments. It's not a business. So just my opinion, I believe that this is where some of the footage is, because he did try to cover his hind end and he was seen in this area.
License plate reader. This is not the medium. This medium has trees all the way down it. So that's definitely not the medium. We're turning out from the school. What time is it? Or the church, rather. What time is it? 2:11. It's 2:11. Okay, so we're at the Venetian Bay.
Okay, so it took me roughly about 10 minutes to get to the condo from the church.
Go back out.
And there was a security guard standing there giving me the stink eye, y'all, because they've done seen my car 2 or 3 times at this point.
Like, who is this woman in this Mustang?
And you can't miss my car. It's red, so it's not like I can,
So we're not
hide.
getting in because there's a guard, and I don't live here. So we tried again.
I was gonna try to follow a car in, but there's a guard. I was gonna try to follow a car in, but there's a guard, so there ain't no getting in that one.
They've got it guarded to probably keep people from coming in and getting footage of the condo. It is still an open investigation, so we're going to respect that. Here's the abandoned house where I said she's 2 miles back in the woods that way. Now we're going to see this road that's going to curve around. This is Hickory Tree Road.
So this is Old Hickory Tree, and we're going from the abandoned house to her memorial. This was when I took her flowers and planted her flowers, but unbeknownst to me, I did not realize that I did not put them close enough to the fence and they got weed-eated down. Hence the reason we took cactuses in a pot today there, so that it has a handle so they can move it when they weed eat instead of cutting them down.
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here.
Read between the lines. JTLYK Dago, really appreciate your compassion, sensitivity, and bringing. Thank you very much. I do try. It doesn't always come through that way sometimes, but I wear my heart on my sleeve. I always have. These things they're all real, and I appreciate the severity and how bad these things need to be known for the awareness aspect of it. They're sad to look at and they're sad to talk about, but they need to be known and seen and heard for the awareness, in my opinion. That's why I do it like this. So, and of course, she deserves every bit of, again, I've always claimed to be the voice for the voiceless. That's why I came out here to do this. And she deserves to have her voice heard in every aspect, in any way she can. And that's what I'm trying to do by showing every bit of this. That's all. I'm not anybody important, but I appreciate that. Read between the lines. But that's the only thing I can think to do to give back in my way. So that's why I do it. But thank you very much. One of the things that you guys understand that I feel is important, I know that Salty agrees with this. I could come in here and cover these cases every time any case and go, here it is, here's the story, this is what happened, play a video and leave. I feel that education is a big part of this, and it needs to be put out in whatever form it needs to be. When I explained the when we got into Sebastian's case, I thought it was important for people to understand autism and the different levels of autism and the chromosome deletion and things like that, so that you can know. It's important to be able to put yourself, and I know I'm rambling, but I need to explain these things. I hate to keep interrupting such a great video. I'm sorry, Mom. But
no, go ahead.
We need to kind of put ourselves in the form of the victim in some senses, to see what they're seeing, to feel possibly what we're not going to feel what they felt, but you know what I'm trying to say, okay? And if you guys see these things like this and you're educated on the autistic side, knowing Sebastian, a really big deal with Sebastian's case, Salty made it an issue way long time ago and said, we need to know who he is. We need to know who Sebastian Rogers is inside, as well as the things we've seen. Okay, that's very important in all of these cases, you guys. You got to understand that, to understand the dynamics of how all these things go on, and to be able to, in some sense, to get a real understanding of what went on. Okay, we're not detectives. We're not going to solve these cases. Maybe we could figure something out that's important, but we can't do that unless we have an education into what is going on within the case. And that's why I do stuff like that. That's all I'm trying to say. So again, thank you guys. I need to get told by my source who's in Tennessee, that boy BHB in Tennessee.
Her email's on her community wall, I think. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Sherry. It's not what you tell people, it's how you tell them that. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And thank you again, Read Between Lines.
My dash stand broke, so guys, I'm having to hold my phone, so I apologize for the glare off of my dash.
Yeah, my first mount holder, I broke it. I have a new one now.
It's a good point, B. Very good point.
And as you can see, this is a pretty busy little road, too.
So this is a really long road. This road is super long. Like, it goes way past where her memorial is. And it's really rural. And it's like not very much traffic. I mean, you see cars coming by, but there's not a lot of traffic. Like, it's not very traveled road. It's more like a farm road than like a road that is highly traveled. And the windows are down, so there's like a lot of wind noise because I'm not a fan of the AC. He is. I grew up with 270, two windows down, 70 miles an hour.
There you
so
go.
I'm big about having the windows down, so it's a
It's
bad.
so weird because this doesn't even look like Florida to me. This is like where I live, so you can tell when you're by the beach and when you're not. It's definitely different. So
I was gonna say it looks like a long Tennessee road.
It does, and it reminds me of home. Like, it really does. Like, when we're out there, it reminds me so much of home, and it like.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. People have that they think it's all beaches for everybody, and it's in Central Florida, especially near the Orlando area where Mom is at and talking about. It's a pretty good drive to get to the beach, right? From Orlando, what, 45 minutes to
Yeah, it's like 45 minutes. Well, it depends on which beach. I guess.
Atlantic over there, Daytona, maybe from Orlando. That's like 45 minutes, right? I might be wrong.
New Smyrna, for us to go from New Smyrna to Daytona was literally 6-7 minutes. To go from New Smyrna to Orlando was 45 to 55 minutes, depending on traffic.
Yeah, but it's different. And like I was telling you guys earlier about the woods in Florida, right? And how thick it can get. And like literally, I was in town just the other day, and not a mile from someone's house that I know, there was like 5 deer on the side of the damn road. And I was like, what are they doing here? But I got thinking about it because not too far from there was a really good thick patch of woods. But It gets thick in some of these areas, especially inland and where mom's at, and swampy around there too.
Yeah, we have 3 swamps. It's 4.5 acres, and we have 3 swamps. And I have a lot of shorts and like stuff on my community wall because I have this deer that's a psycho. It's crazy. It comes up to my sliding glass door and like stares in the house. It's weird, but it like it freaks me out. Like it freaks me out. And I mean, I grew up, you know, hunting and fishing and whatnot. But this deer, like, I don't know, it's like super curious. It's like too curious almost. And it'll like come up and it'll stand there and just stare in the door. And I'll walk over there and be like, "What are you doing?" And it
It
just
sounds like
stands
it's
there.
getting comfortable with you, is what it sounds like.
It's way too comfortable. Like way too comfortable.
I've
It
seen
freaks me
videos
out.
of people that have those things to get to the point where these animals will come up and eat out of their hands. They get so comfortable. That's crazy.
Oh, I'm sure this one probably would. It's not normal for a deer to be so friendly.
Yeah,
But my neighbors feed them, and you know, and
that's why they're getting comfortable. Then, yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely.
Alligator Lake. I don't think you can see it from the road. I mean, there's lots of farmland. It's Lake Gentry Farm, so it's like a horse farm. And I apologize if the wind's too much, guys. It's just, I'm not a fan of the air conditioning. I grew up in Kentucky where we had 270, 2 windows down, 70 miles an hour AC. He is a Florida boy, so he's going to turn the air on.
so you guys will frequently hear me complain about the air conditioning when we're out and about.
There's some people are on my side today.
Okay, so this is, if you look on the Google Maps, you can see this place, this business. And right ahead, there's like wooded areas. I mean, there's wooded areas all back through here, but there's a cattle field. We should be coming up on it any second. He'll probably, what he's going to do is go down, turn around, and come back. That way we can park on that side of the road.
And where we turn around at, I'm sure these people are like, this crazy woman in the red Mustang is back. What is she doing? Because their house is the only one there. So it's like, I'm not creeping on your house or nothing. Just, I need a spot
Thank
to
you,
turn
Marianne.
around.
Thank you for joining us, ma'am.
We're going to be coming up on it pretty quick. There's a car behind us, so we can't slow down a lot on the way through. But like I said, we're going to pull up and pull off on the side of the road. I know it's been raining where we are, so hopefully it's not been raining a lot down here. Because I don't want to get stuck. See, there's somebody here already, so at least we know it's safe to park on the side of the road. Maybe go up and turn around so you can park over there.
So it had been raining a lot.
I'm gonna cut the video and then I'll cut a piece back in.
So I did not want to get stuck. So this is the memorial.
Wooded area. that she was found in.
And as you guys see, it's a pretty decent drive to get out there, okay? And again, you know, Salty brought up a good point. You know, I didn't even think of that actually at first. We don't know if this was supposed to be the final destination. The flat tire could have very well thrown a wrench into that whole scenario. And again, I'm very grateful that that happened because we could have never found her. You know what I mean? Just saying. I'm grateful that he's stupid for one, and for two, that happened. And here we have her, you know, sadly the way we do, but it is what it is. But again, Mom, this is amazing. And thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Wow. So beautiful.
Grows so much every time we're there. Like, it's
Mm-hmm.
just amazing how the community has pulled together for Maddie, and like, it's phenomenal.
It is beautiful. Very, very much so.
This is like nothing compared to how it looked today. Like, this is tiny
Yeah.
compared to how it looked today.
It was phenomenal today. There's so much there. So this is where she was found, correct?
Yes. Yes, this is where she was found. And you guys will hear me call it the crappy little tree line. This is the little tree line back here. It's literally bamboo. And it's like he just jumped the fence or opened the, you know, he wouldn't have been able to open the gate because the gate's locked. But he literally just tossed her in this little bamboo or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not native to down here. But like, it's not even woods. There are woods, you know. And again, like Doggo said, it's a blessing that the flat tire and the ring cam footage and the witness and everything is such a blessing, because down here we would probably still be looking for her today.
Right.
I agree. I do. I agree. I mean,
so he jumped the fence and threw her back in that thicket of bamboo.
That is that's my opinion, that he jumped the fence, because you'll see in the live I did today, I got closer to that area so you guys can see there's a cattle gate there. Like, there's cattle across the street, and then back here you have a hayfield.
Yeah.
So
is there a way to open that gate to get in through there?
It's locked. It's been locked every time we've been out there, and we've been out
And then
there
he
5 times
probably,
at this point.
yeah.
It's a field fence type situation, right, Mom? Is it?
Yeah.
And the gate as well. That stuff's easy to get, you know, past. But yeah, I mean,
JD, I'm going to say he probably
can
put her
step
over
up
the
on.
fence first, and then he went over and then picked her back up.
I didn't know if you wanted me to go there or not.
Yeah.
I'll go, but
Okay.
that's what I think.
But he put her in that thicket of bamboo, hoping she wouldn't be seen.
Yeah, that was the way to shield her in that little, because as you know, it's not a huge patch, right?
Right.
That's not part of the forest system there. It's just like, and we will have that here randomly in some of the fields, a patch of the wooded area left. And that appears to be what that is, which was the only cover he had. You know what I mean?
Right, and if he would have been
given
seen
that
there,
area, yeah.
if he would have been seen there, where she's at there,
and
the animals could have gotten to her, and they still would not have found her at that point, possibly either.
So all of this was done in daylight.
That's where I'm going. That's what I'm going to ask.
This was done in daylight.
Yeah.
So my question is, and it was done like, okay, so it was done supposedly the day dropped her off at school. He dropped her off at school, blah, blah, blah. But he did it in daylight. So how did nobody see him? Because he had to have put her over the fence first, possibly. And then he had to have gone over the fence.
It doesn't look like a very heavily traveled road.
That's the only thing I can think of, because then he had to carry her over to the
in some of these areas, and Mom, you can probably I know you can give us the lowdown here, but in some of in my area, 15-mile stretch between me and town, I can see for a long way ahead of me and behind me. If I need to pull over and do something, or if I get a flat tire, now I need to do something, and I look around, you could time it to where you could absolutely pull it off.
Right, and there's a lot of high grass and weeds.
And so that was my question. That was going to be my question to Mom, is there's probably certain times a day when this is more heavily traveled, like going in the mornings maybe, or late or afternoons, people who live out in those areas going back and forth to work or whatnot. But we know that timeline wise, from what we do know, according to videotape footage, she was still with him at around what 8 a.m. There's there's video that sees her in the car.
Yeah.
So in the morning. So then we know, I think it was like later in the day though, when he was out there with the flat tire, right, Mom?
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
later
there's
in the
it.
afternoon. So
Yeah.
not like work hours, but later in the afternoon. And this is like a
So-
farm road.
And he could have possibly been, and he could have, if he'd have seen a car coming, he could have waited, looked down both ways of the road, because it wouldn't have taken him long to jump the fence, get out with
Right.
her, get up there and run back to the car. So he could have easily done that. And you could probably see a long way down that road, I'm sure, can't you, Mom?
I would imagine you could, Mike, and also my guess, you guys, is between the time you got times that people are going to work and coming home from work. In between there, like I said, you're not going to have a lot of traveling on that road, I'm going to guess, other than locals that live there, here and there, possibly. So yeah, you can hear vehicles coming and going. That helps. And I think there's a lot of high grass and weeds that if he was in the midst of something, he could stop, set her down, stand there, do whatever he's doing to kind of hide it while somebody goes by. So on and so forth. You know what I mean? There's a lot of ways to get away with this. Yeah, but thank God that there was somebody that ended up going by at that time. If that lady wouldn't have went by, or that guy, I'm sorry, would not have went by at that time, once again, he may have never been seen, and they'd still be looking for her. And like I said, by that time, the animals would have gotten to her, and there may be nothing there. Okay. You know, I don't know what, like, in this part of Florida, like what the gator ratio is to yes or no, because there's not, you don't see a lot of swamps and stuff, but I'm sure there's other animals that are around through here that will go nuts for that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So thank God again that person went past and saw him. So
Hey, Kaylee, that we won't know how she passed away because she is a minor, so the autopsy results will not be
it was read. It was
published.
it
They
was
say domestic violence. That's all they will say. They will not say anything else. We will not get any autopsy results. And that's all they will say because of the fact that she is a minor. So nothing will be released.
exactly. So, and coyotes, yes, be absolutely moving forward.
Another son, it says, Maddie, rest in peace, sweet angel. We will never forget you. You were always loved. Sunday, little your way. She will love you in those footprints. So sweet. Really pretty pieces. And see somebody else has planted their flowers here as well. So I'm just trying to find a good spot where I don't have to like mess with anybody else's stuff. I think I'm gonna put them right here, in between the windows. Victoria, I went back out there today. Okay, so Mr. Sunshine's picked this spot, so this is where we're gonna plant her flowers. And there's a balloon down there, guys, because I'm gonna get it. No, I got it. I want you to hold this. Okay, so I used emojis, but he is not a YouTuber or a cameraman, so I apologize ahead of time for the emojis that will cover up. Because I had my wiener dog shirt on, and it's not quite as long as I thought it was. Clip here. So I'm gonna actually use their little clip. And it seems like every time I go over here, I have to fix something. Something's either fell.
Oh, I'm sorry. This was the wiener dog shirt day?
Yes, this was the wiener dog shirt day. So you guys will get to see the best of Mom.
The best of Mom.
Because my cameraman didn't, he felt, that it wasn't important to let me know until the guy drove by, honked, and I was like, what the hell? Why did that guy just honk? And I'm not a gardener, guys, so I meant no disrespect when I flung the dirt over here, but I did pick that flower up and knock the dirt out of it because I am not a gardener at all. I'm actually really proud that I was able to keep these cactuses alive, and I've actually I'm gonna plant some bulbs here in this footage, and I've actually had a couple of them grow and bloom here.
So these are natural flowers.
That's awesome.
These bulbs will later be weeded down, just so you know.
No, the bulbs haven't grown yet. And
Oh, okay.
this is the
Oh,
story
okay.
I told you guys the other day. So when I planted these, they're not supposed to grow till the end of summer, like the end of summer.
Oh, that's right.
The
That's right.
day that the monster was charged with unaliving Maddie, I woke up that morning and I went outside, and one of the bulbs had grown into this really pretty pink flower. It's on my community wall and it's on my Twitter. And I literally like teared up standing at the door, woke him up and was like, Maddie's flower. There's a flower. It's not even supposed to grow yet. And it grew. It didn't stay live long.
That's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
And I felt like it was her way of telling me, thank you for keeping my memory alive. Or I don't know, not to be like sentimental, but it really like touched me deep because these flowers are not supposed to grow for a couple more months. Like, I mean, these are not summer flowers. And it just was like beautiful and big and just like, I'm here, and it didn't hit me till later on that day whenever the documents and stuff came out. I was like, oh my God, that's today.
That's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. I know these are annuals that'll come up every year.
Yeah. Yeah, I checked today when I was out there. They haven't grown back yet, but they got weeded down. And like, I was really upset the next time we went out there that they were gone. Like, I was livid that they were gone. And it was when we did the ride for Catherine, because Catherine, where she was carjacked, that's also like right down the road from me.
Right.
So we drove that route, and then since we were in Kissimmee St. Cloud, we went ahead and went to Madeline's spot, and I had took her a little unicorn because I always try to take her something from the community and the mods, and then I leave. And yeah,
There was the rest of mom.
Right, the best of mom. I used emojis.
It's all good.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. I agree. That would be a really good idea. I know it looks like farmland, but it would be a really, really amazing idea if they could put a bench there to sit on for people to come and sit and pay their respects to the memorial site.
She has a bench now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
With
can
an
find you
umbrella.
the timestamp from the live today if you just want to show the end of it and show how much it's grown. It was just like mind blowing how much.
Oh yeah, I don't mind showing that live at all. I planned on doing it after this. Yes.
I'll send you that one. I'll put it in Discord so that way the link's clickable.
That's awesome.
Oh,
This is
Mom, that's so sweet.
It is. It's absolutely amazing.
What was
that you
it?
do this.
Oh. And the money doesn't matter, guys, so please don't take this the wrong way, but these suckers were expensive. I was not happy when I went back up there and they were gone.
They're all expensive this year. All plants
They
are
were
expensive.
so expensive. And we went to a famous nursery here in our area on the outskirts of Orlando, and we got them, and like it's kind of cute. The guy that works at the nursery, I walked up to him and I was like, "Hi, this is my first name, and I'm Mind of Monsters. I'm an advocate, and I have a YouTube channel." And I told him what happened to Maddie, and he just at first he kind of looked at me like, okay. I think I hit him with a ton of bricks, and then I explained to him what I wanted 2 sets of natural flowers that would survive out there on their own. So the employee, his name was Raul. He was freaking phenomenal. He walked us around the whole area. And this is where he's showing you guys like the area. The cattle weren't out today, but this was the third time we'd been down there, I think. Yeah, this was the third time because I've been down there 5 times so far. Because it starts to like, I start getting like I got to go check and make sure it's all there, and it's okay. And
yeah, so that road across the street we just saw, that's where he pulled in to do the tire thing and all that.
right, in this area.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Mom, how long do you think they will keep this memorial up like forever? Do you think it will be a forever thing, an ongoing?
Yes,
Well, if
this
there's
is
a
a
bench there
very
now,
tight-knit community, and the man that owns this hayfield is phenomenal. I mean, like, he's been so great about us coming out there and leaving stuff. They've held vigils right there. The last vigil that was that happened was when her dad come and got, his portion of her ashes. He was there. He wasn't able to speak, but he was there. But however, her stepmom did speak at the vigil. And of course, I was working, so I didn't get to go, or you guys would have footage of that and be able to hear all the beautiful things that were said.
awesome. I'll
And
be
just
playing
little
that.
cool things like her and her stepmom had this thing where they would put their fingers together, and that was like their little thing to do. And, knowing those little things about Maddie or any of these kids, it means so much.
I wish this little girl could have lived with her father. I swear to God, I do.
I do too. Okay, and that's just me saying thank you for everybody being there. And
Remember, it takes a village to raise a child. If you see something, say something. And never give up.
Amen.
Yep.
Great job, Mom. Amazing work.
Thank you, sir.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you so much. I'm just trying to keep Maddie's memory alive. And, with all the darkness that we do here and the darkness that's wrapped around her case, I think being able to see the community come together, and I don't mean just the physical community, I mean our community here, your community, my community, like which we share a lot of the same people, to embrace the fact that this child, if she had had the love that she's getting from us now, when she was here, she would still be here with us.
I agree.
Exactly.
I do agree. And I wish, that's why I say, guys, we got to stop minding our own business and start paying attention.
Absolutely. And
We
something
can't-
else I like to reiterate is your kids don't pay for their phones. Like, they don't pay for their phones.
Yep, that's
You
right.
pay for their phone. Grab their phone and go through their phone. When you are an underage child and you're living in my house, there's no privacy.
Nope, you don't deserve
Yeah.
privacy at that age. I don't care.
Don't be trying to go sliding in that room and putting a pin lock on that phone. Excuse me, what's that pin? What is that number? You know what I mean? No. My kid tried that once. He was probably about 10, and he wanted to draw like this pattern. And I was like, no, I'm not going to remember the damn pattern, right? And I'm not trying to go, no, it's not going to be locked down like that,
Right.
So we had to have talk about that. So I did let him change it for when he's not, when he was at school and it was in his book bag, whatever. But I knew that PIN code, and he couldn't change it without my authority, right? Just like everything he did, I was able to keep on top of, and that's like Mom's giving out good pointers, so you gotta.
It's facts. These are facts. Caden tried, I said, let me see your phone. No, why? I said, because I said so. I
Oh,
said,
yeah,
and I
it's like
took it. I just
a
took it
random
from him.
shakedown.
He tried to be like, hold on a minute. No, you don't. Give me the phone now. Don't move.
I find that a lot of parents try to be their friends instead of their parents.
Thank you.
And there comes a time in their life when you can be more of a friend than a parent, but that is when they are grown. Because, when they become responsible adults, then you can be the friend, but still be the parent that they come to, but you can be more their friend. Just like me and my son, we're good friends. He's my best friend.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah,
But you
you're
have
right.
to parent first. You have to parent first.
Exactly. You guys have seen me and Caden together. He is like my best friend, and we've been very close since he was a child. And we interact very well until we don't. And, there's You know, sometimes the day when I'm dad. Then there's other times the day where we're back to friends again. You're always dad or mom first, and that's got to be what it is. The friend thing, that can come later, okay? I wasn't like that with my other kids. You know, we got along and we had things in common, and I was friendly with they're all my friends, but I was always dad with them, period. And I'm glad I was, because a lot of them needed that. Caden was different, which is why we got very close. And I was already off work by the time he was born and hurt, so I was home all the time. So I spent a lot of time with Caden. You know, I raised him up. You know, while she was working, I was mom and dad. She was always mom. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, and that's how we became so close. We have a lot of the same. We're the same person, just different ages. That's exactly who we. That's the way it works. It's so weird because I have 2 other boys that I fathered that are nothing like me. But Caden is my twin. It's very strange.
Tom, but you're so funny. I just
It
have
is
to
what
say
it is.
that.
But anyway, so yes, that's a very important point, guys. Please remember that it's okay to be close with your kids. It's okay to be friends with your kids. Be their parent more than anything, and first and foremost, because that's what they need. They don't need any more friends. They have enough. Okay. If it comes after the fact, that's fine. But do the parenting thing first, please. So, what exactly here we got set up for this one, Mom?
Okay, so this was a live from today. I'm trying to think where I started the live. I think I waited till we got off the highway. So this is like this is where the monster, and again, sorry guys, I refuse to use his name.
Same here. Same here.
Would have gotten off of the turnpike, and this is the route that he would have taken to dump Maddie where he did. And
Gotcha.
there's a couple of questions in chat. So Terry wants to know what a victim advocate does. So to be an advocate, a victim's advocate, what I do is I advocate for the missing. I make flyers, I make phone calls, I spend hours on the phones with detectives. I am a shoulder to cry on when it comes to the parents or the families. A lot of these families are not they're not used to talking to law enforcement, or maybe they don't feel comfortable talking to law enforcement, which, you know, if you guys heard me, I'm not against talking to the FBI, detectives, PIs. Like, you have resources, especially when you do this, as long as I have, you learn people and you learn resources, and you have great resources that you can reach out to that can help. And you just do everything you can to keep the person's name in a positive light and to keep pushing for that justice. And you're always there whenever the families need you. A lot of these cases, they don't get flyers because if it's a small police department, they may not have the means to make a flyer, or we put up billboards. But it's just a matter of being there and advocating responsibly. So you have to remember that you can't get wrapped up with the true crime or the crime part of it, because you want this person's memory to be held in the light and not in the darkness. So a lot of it is just communicating with the family, communicating with law enforcement, communicating with detectives, and having that open door where they're able to communicate with you. Sending a lot of emails. That's a big part of what I do, is send a lot of emails. The girls, I actually talked about this on my live the other night. So this is one other thing that I have done as an advocate. Was many of y'all are probably aware of Gannon Stouch and what happened in his case, and how his autopsy
Absolutely
was able to be obtained. Photos were put behind a paywall.
Right.
Everybody got to see Gannon in that form, and it was not right.
It's so horrible.
So the reason why Maddie's autopsy will not be released is due to a new law that was recently passed.
Thank God.
And
When
with that said, Mom, tell them, because I want to touch on that. I don't know if you were, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just have to say this morning when we did our live, I don't know if you were in there yet. We talked about that. So we were touching on the case here, and that question was asked about, you know, and I explained the law and how it unfortunately wasn't there to protect Gannon, but it's here to protect Maddie. And now you take it from there.
So when all that happened with Gannon and those photos got released, and I'm not going to use the creator's name, if you've been here, you know who I'm talking about. When she did what she did, Mr. Monster was in the hospital. He had just had his wreck. He had literally just come out of a coma and went through several surgeries. So I had downtime from work. Most of my time was at the hospital. I found out that had been done through Brian Enton, News Nation, And then I went on and I went to digging and I put out a short that I was not happy and I did call her out on it. Well, then I took it a step further and I started contacting state officials. I started contacting the government's office, the governor's office. I sat for a week communicating with officials here in Florida and was given contact information for other people. And I wrote my first bill in the state of Florida. And that bill got put up and was passed. So minors will no longer be available autopsy reports for YouTubers or podcasters or whoever you may be to share that information. So I made sure that I took it a step further as being an advocate to advocate for all children here in Florida, because we do have a great law that's the Sunshine Law, but that law also was making it possible to see public information as far as autopsies. That will not happen again, because I wrote it 17 times. I'll be totally honest with y'all. I wrote it over and over again and sent it in and emailed back and forth with the governor's office and assistants, and finally got the wording correct. And he gave me his word that it would get sent up, and it did get sent up, and the bill got passed. And I'm very proud of that. And
you should be. I'm proud of you for that. Thank you for
Right.
what you did. That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and now really take a minute to let that sink in, guys, what she was able to do
Exactly.
for these kids. And because we honestly, we don't need to see that or know it.
No.
What happened will come out in court if we get there, because if he doesn't plea out or something of that nature. But we don't need to see all of that. And as a parent, it's my business and nobody else's, right? That's a final document
Right.
that nobody else needs to look at, no matter what you think of a criminal case. You know what I mean? It's like, that's bizarre, but there are people out there who like the bizarre, and we're not. Yeah. Thank you, Mom, for all your hard work on that. Your efforts have not gone. I mean, look at where we're at today with protecting Maddie versus what wasn't in place to protect Gannon. That says a lot, people, because that's a heavy thing, you know. And so I can't say enough about that. So thank you.
you're
Yes,
welcome. And it was my honor. Like, it really weighed on my heart heavy. And when you do what I do and you sit on your panel or the A panel, or you go on the internet, you go on social media and you say, I'm an advocate. And I'm not down on anybody that's an advocate. I appreciate everything everybody does. But I looked inside myself and I said, if I'm an advocate and I do this for families and I interview these families and I spend all this time helping, I wonder if I can do something more, if I can do something that will go on for time, something that will be written in stone to say, I made a change. I'm a voice for the voiceless. How can I be a voice where my voice, as small as I am, can be heard across the entire state, and hope that other states will adopt this law and see the importance of having this law adopted? And because that's not your child's pictures, your child's autopsy report should not be public knowledge. That's something that's very, very, very private. And
That's absolute fact. And that's nobody's business or right to do that, guys. That was
No, it's not. And these parents deserve respect. These children that this has happened to, they deserve dignity. When you do that, you take the dignity away. These kids didn't ask for this. They did not ask for these things to happen. And it is not fair to have none of these victims, and not just a kid, none of these victims asked for this. None of these victims asked for this. So it is not fair to show any kind of picture like that or anything, even or autopsy report. It's not fair to show that. I mean,
absolutely. And
to
it's
an
the thing is,
extent,
guys, it's not the first time it's happened, folks. It's happened in the Delphi case. It's happened in there's a couple other places I've seen and heard, and there was more than one creator that did this. I believe what Gannon's pictures as well. There was two, in fact, and they were both disgusting. As far as I still think they're both disgusting.
Well, Gannon's entire autopsy was released.
Yeah.
By a certain creator, like Mom said, and it was viewed, and all the things. and it was unnecessary. The trial was over. We had we heard what happened at the trial.
Yeah.
I know exactly what she did on that bridge in my hometown with that baby.
Mm-hmm.
I regret not being the one coming across that bridge in the middle of the night to surprise her ass while she was on the side of the road in that U-Haul. Because I might have had to stop to say, "Are you okay?" I see a lady standing next to the damn bridge, but it is what it is.
Listen.
And so Mom, thank you for all your hard work on that. Really, really.
Yeah, there's no way to thank you enough for that, honestly. And here's why it's so important to me to talk about what we were just talking about. Hold on 1 second, Kimber. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead.
We come out here every day and do what we do. I sit here and talk for hours upon hours, and I explain these cases and show you bits and pieces of this, that, and everything else. And we try to put puzzle pieces together, talk about what could have happened, what did happen, what didn't happen, who did what, who didn't do what. That's fine. That's great. And in some senses, we make a difference by making awareness, okay? What Mom has done is actually make a difference, a long-lasting and life-changing difference in these cases by doing what she did. And that's what we're supposed to okay, let me rephrase that. Not supposed to do. That's what I think a lot of us want to do that are involved in this, that are actually creators doing this, is to try to make some form of a real difference in these cases and make something good come out of what has happened, okay? Because it's all horrible. Every bit of it is horrible that has ever happened that we've ever covered. So if there's can be something good that comes out of something negative, that's amazing to me, okay? So that's why it's so important and so relative and needs to be recognized because of what she did. That's not an easy feat, you guys. Not at all. You can't just pick up the phone and go, "Hey, can we have this live? Make this a law. Thank you. Bye." It doesn't work that way. You can't just write a letter and say, "Hey, I want this to happen." It doesn't work that way. It's a lot. This woman took a lot of her heart, her soul, her feeling, because this was all an emotional scenario, guys. This didn't happen because she thought of it one day, okay? Her heart was behind this 100%. Understand that. That's why this happened. That's why she put the time into it, the effort, the soul that she put into it. I'll say that. Your soul goes into something like this. And look at the difference she has made now. That's amazing. Beyond amazing. You deserve a medal for this, just so you know.
I've never really talked about it publicly because I don't know. It wasn't something that I wanted. Like, I don't know. A lot of people use the word clout, and that's not what I was looking for.
We know that, though. We know that that's not what you did it for.
I've kept it like close to my chest. But the girls were on the panel one night, and I don't even know. I think we were talking about Gannon, and I mentioned it because it's something that's really important to me. And you didn't see me on the news or anything like that because that's not how I roll. You know what I mean? You didn't see me like standing up going, "Welsh too. Well, I'm the one that did that." No,
right.
That's not what it was for. But
we were on. Kimber and I were on a panel visiting Mom on the porch, and it came up in the conversation with Gannon, and Mom told us, and I was like, no one knows this. You just share with the community because it's not a clout thing with her. It's a real work effort because you care thing. But the whole thing behind that is this is what you do with your platforms. This is what you do with yourself. When you want to advocate for something, we're not all gonna go out and write bills and change laws, right? But there's a lot we can do and be proactive about.
Yes.
So that shows good, strong leadership and things like that. And I think it's just important. And it's important to acknowledge what you did. I mean, that was no small feat, right? And Sherry's got a great link. I saw, I think.
Yeah, I put it up once. Exactly.
Good. Okay. There you go. So it's like Mom said, maybe other states will adopt the law. And a lot of times that does happen. It's like a domino effect of these states. And you can help, when you pay attention to what kind of goes on when it's time, what people are voting on for your state and what the laws are that are going to go into effect for these things that you do care about. And you can make a difference. There's a lot of ways to make a difference. So
And we have the tools right in front of us. We have the best tool that has ever been invented for communication purposes right here. Okay. And it can be used in good ways, folks. It doesn't always have to be negative, bad things that come out of this. This is an amazing tool that should be used for these things right now. Look at what we're doing right now. I'm in Ohio. Mom and Salty are in Florida. Kimber is in Tennessee. Okay. And all of you guys are everywhere else you're in. We're all together having this conversation about this. We can all make a difference in some way, no matter how hard you might think it is. It doesn't have to be that hard. It's simple. Just by supporting somebody that's doing something, just by being here to support what we're talking about, you can make a difference, guys. We have a voice for a reason. Okay. We all have a voice for a reason.
And Mom is truly a voice for the voiceless, because I can tell you this. The other day we were on panel, and I don't know if you remember this, Dago, but she had gotten a message from someone, an email, that there was a homeless man that had gone missing in the Daytona area, and the cops weren't going to do anything about it. So she said she was going to call, and if that didn't work, she was going to carry her happy ass to Daytona and walk in the police department, because she was going to make sure that this gentleman, that they searched for this gentleman. Just because he was homeless, he still deserves to be found.
That's right.
So Mom was going to be, that's Mom gets in there in the trenches.
Absolutely.
I'd be digging around in the trenches, and I actually got a police officer on the phone that's going to help me get a bolo out for him. So
awesome.
Thank you. I was headed up there.
That's what it's all about, you guys. That's what I'm talking about. And thank you, Jerry, for that. That's a better link. So I've called police departments. I've called attorneys' offices. I've called the governor's office. I've called local commissioners and this and that, bitching, complaining, because if you just let things sit and go and let it idle, nothing happens. We have a voice for a reason, guys. I've been saying that forever and ever. Please, please.
And I know, Dago, you're working with Miss Barbara Hall for Timmy D's.
Yes. And all of that stuff,
and Durante.
Yes, and I've already contacted local that's a mess. Local authorities on both of those cases, and it's a mess.
Mr. Steve has been I first met Miss Hall, Barbara Hall, over in Mr. Steve's chat.
Right.
Because he has done some work on the case, and he knows the case really well. And he introduced me to the case, and so I took a deep dive at the case and looked at the things, and, and just her coming in and speaking, and that says something about the family members who have lost loved ones and to crimes or missing persons and things. And that they're the good ones that come out and they advocate for others as well as their own, and
they
it helps.
Yes.
Yeah. And it helps keep their own loved one's name out there as well. And when we say spread awareness, guys, I really encourage you, all your social media platforms, even like your personal Facebook off of YouTube or whatever, you can share a flyer. You don't really got to say much. You can say missing from, and, here's the flyer. And maybe your friend, I do that from time to time on my Facebook, and my family will share it out. And I've got family all over. So everybody starts sharing it out. It can reach, a lot of places quickly.
So that's very true. And again, that's why I have surrounded myself at this point in what I do with the amazing people I have, such as Mom. Miss Sherry here, who's been with me for almost 2 years going on. It worked in the court systems forever and ever and ever, and knows certain different things and this and that. It can help to find certain things out. Salty is very, very knowledgeable, if you haven't noticed, and pays attention, guys. And she dives inside of things and stays in there until she's satisfied. Kimber is very active in all of this stuff. Okay. Arctic Fox, another creator that's very, very, very involved in these things. Duchess is very involved in these things. Okay. This is why I surround myself now with the people that I do, as compared from before when I didn't know these things. There's got to be a reason to do what we do. Okay. It's not just a hobby. It's not just for entertainment. There's got to be a reason. So with the time that I have on my hands, there's no reason to not do as much as I possibly can and more. Okay. To make things happen, to make things change. I've put up the change.org thing for multiple things we've started to try to get rolling on that, different scenarios and so on and so forth, and more, guys. I have nowhere near done as much as what Mom has done. I'm working towards that. That's the goal, is to be like her. She's an inspiration to all of us, or she should be. At least to me, she is. Okay.
Mom's definitely goal. That's definitely goals right there.
Absolutely. And that is proof, people. There are amazing people out here. This community is full of amazing people. Take what knowledge you have. I'm very, very how can I put this? Lucky. I'll just say lucky to be surrounded by a lot of you guys that have the abilities that you have. My experience is in fire and EMS and medical, and so I know certain things. It helps me with certain stuff in the cases that I cover. But there's different people surrounding us. There's attorneys that watch us. There's retired law enforcement. There's doctors. There's psychologists. There's this and that. That helps, guys, to have those people in your community, and it helps you to do certain things. Period. So take it for what it is. Enjoy it. Enjoy the fact that we can make a difference, please. And let's just do it. That's all. I'm talking too much again. I'm sorry. I'm going to play this and we'll move on. But thank you again, Mom. I can't express how proud I am of what you have done. How proud I am to say that we're friends, for one, and that two, that we collaborate like we do. Absolutely proud of that.
Absolutely.
And grateful to have you on board and to be part of what you do. I really am. So thank you again.
It's my honor, and thank you for everything you do, and thank you for having me as a part of your community.
But thank you for wanting to be. There's the other link for Arctic Box, another amazing creator that, again, every time you see him live, he's talking about somebody that's missing, and he's real, folks. He comes out real.
There you go.
And he's a great guy. Yes.
I just wanted to say that, I obviously this weekend, you don't know who you're going to connect with, and
absolutely,
so I connected with a lot of people, but guess what I did when I connected with those people? I mentioned you. I mentioned my specific true crime community, which is you. I mentioned Clue. And then obviously I mentioned Art Fox, because I do know that he does put out 10 missing flyers a day.
Yes.
And so, you don't know who you're going to connect with, and they can help you and you can help them. And so it's just worth everything to, do what we do and just keep, mentioning, things that we learn and things that we talk about. Because
absolutely, JC, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. You had there. That's what I'm talking about. You came upon a chance and an ability to do something to make a difference by doing that. And you're making connections. You're making connections with people and linking other people together with those people that can do those kinds of things. And that's what I mean. Yeah. That was something you went and did for yourself. But instead of going there just to entertain yourself, you made something out of that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's amazing. And I deeply appreciate you doing that. So thank you.
And I just, and I learned from everybody. I learned from you. I learned from Mom. I learned from Kimber. I learned from Salty. I learned from Clue. I learned from Dago. I learned from, everybody that I associate with on the daily. And, I don't know if you guys, I talked about Glenn Kirshner a little bit ago. And
right.
Because I followed the case, I had my own opinion about it. And then when he got up there and basically said the same thing, I was like, wait, am I really on? How you don't think you're as smart as somebody, or, that's high up, or,
yeah, I understand.
I'm like, gosh, but then when they say the same things that you do, you're like, man, maybe I am on the right track, and when you deep dive into things, and like I say, when I research and listen to cases, I pay attention to detail.
Right.
And I come to my, conclusions and opinions and stuff. And then like today, you guys, like with everything going on with Sebastian, it was finally brought up at the last session. And we all started, a couple people and I started talking about it, and even my neighbors down the way, a couple rooms down from me, they were there too. And I said, I don't know if I'm in the majority of people, but I said, we're at a standstill. We are at a standstill with the Idaho. We are at a standstill with Sebastian. I said, I think all of the parents are sus, but we don't have anything to judge any of them on. You know what I mean? Like, you can pick anybody apart you want and come, and go with whatever narrative you want. But, narratives are not cool. Like, they're just not until there's proven fact, physical evidence, and, you know, proof that something happened. We can't rule anything out.
Mm-hmm.
And we're
agree.
just
I agree.
still with you're either for Brian or you're against Brian. You're either for Seth or against Seth, or for Katie and Chris and against Katie and Chris. But a lot of people are in the middle, and
Well, yeah, I agree with Katie and
we-
Chris, and it's about and Seth. We need to be there for Sebastian. Period. That's it.
With Brian, we just have to get to trial. We just have to
Bingo.
get to trial.
That's it.
And
Yes, ma'am.
Sebastian,
Yes, ma'am.
he has to be found, or we have to find some evidence. And
That's
it's
it. I
it's
agree.
nobody's fault. It's nobody's fault. And everyone's like, well, law enforcement, I wish they would just, I think they know something, blah, blah, blah. I don't, and I'm sitting here like, I don't think they do. Or
Right.
if they do, they cannot disclose it for the integrity of the case.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Hold on a second. JC, Norma, what they just had another document on Peacock about his story this month. What are you talking about, Norma? Who? If I missed it, I'm sorry. I don't think that's Sebastian, is it? Who you're talking about?
No, I haven't seen no documentaries on Sebastian.
I haven't either.
We're not even to the documentary stage at this point.
No, I wouldn't think so either.
There's
That's who
nothing
we
to
were talking about, and then she put that up, and I was like, wait a minute, what? I hope not. Maybe we're just lines are crossed. But thank you, JC. I appreciate that very much. Words of wisdom and absolute truth. So very much appreciated.
And I definitely made it known that I'm part of your community, and that I am close to you, and Scarlett too, and stuff like and Clue too.
Absolutely. We greatly appreciate that. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Very much. So you're definitely a part of the community and an important part of what we do. That's fact.
Yeah.
So once again, thank you. And I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I'm jealous I didn't get to go, but I did want to go.
If you guys subscribe to Crime HQ, all the sessions will be online at some point.
Okay, cool. Did they say where they're going to have it next year by chance?
Denver.
It's not to be. Did they say at CrimeCon where it was going to be announced? Because the email I got a date.
Yeah.
Where is it going to be?
It's Denver at the Gaylord at the Rockies on September 5th through 7th next year.
They need to bring it to Cleveland. That way I don't have no problems there.
I was going to say, I bet if it was in Ohio or somewhere.
It would be easier for me to get there. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But that's okay. That's okay.
I already put my application in, Doggo. So if I get a booth 2025, I'll split it with you. We'll do half Doggo or Dago's table and half Mind Monsters.
I'm down.
And I already got a wholesaler for bracelets. So
there you go. Absolutely.
And I already signed up. So
cool stuff. I agree. No, True Seeker, I have not. But
you guys, I will say this though, it's almost too much.
Oh, I was told that by other people too. There's so much going on, especially this year. It's like tripled in what it normally has been, and I agree that it probably has with the way that crime community has like blown up over the past because of Idaho, mostly. Truly,
I don't.
It's really
I
got
think it's because of a conglomeration of things, but
yeah.
But Idaho, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that at the end. Truth, it's horrible. So all right, let's get this video going so we can check it out and then move on to something next. And I don't want to keep you guys here all night, although I know you'd love to just hang out and talk to me for the rest of your lives. But you know, eventually you're gonna get tired of my irritating ass voice. So let's move forward on this one. And yes, we will definitely check that one out at the end of this Truth Seeker because it's a really horrible scenario. That's awesome. What the Fox, good stuff. And Betty Boo, yes. Yeah, I'm definitely interested. I'd love to split that with Mom and hook up, and at least we'd have somebody to hang out with for the weekend, you know. Here we go.
Welcome in. Thank you for everybody that comes in. We are headed to Madeline Soto's memorial to take her cactuses. And I always like to bring something from the mods, so we're gonna take this. We're gonna take this from the mods to leave. So I appreciate everybody coming in. I know I didn't schedule it, it just popped up live, so. Sorry about my finger, but somebody's glass and plate.
Is that a white Elantra in front of you?
I
believe it was.
Oh my God.
My finger over the license plate.
I scope them out. I see them things in the most unusual. I mean, I'm surrounded by damn Elantras.
Yes, that's right. I looked up and went, it's an Elantra. And
I wasn't sure how well you could see the license plate, and I thought, oh my Lord, people be running.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wasn't even looking at that.
Is the one
No, Dave goes trying to figure out what year that Elantra is in front of you. No, I know Dago, we can't help it. Our brains are just trained.
Guys, I could drive to the store and look over, and I'm like, that was an Elantra, and it's white. She's
Y'all
like,
know I hit the wrong button, right?
yeah, you always do. It's okay. We're good. No problem.
I'll just brush my hair.
Just brush your hair. You're pretty. It's fine.
So I can turn around so you guys can look at me.
I like the hat. Hey, y'all.
I usually wear my Bigfoot hat. This for the mods and the community. Because I always like to leave something there.
That's cute.
From the mods and the subs in the community. Yeah, every time I go, I try to get like a little concrete piece, and that's what that is that it's a painted concrete piece. The last time I went, I got a unicorn. This time I picked the mushroom with the butterfly on it, because when we get up there, you'll see there's a lot of people that have left stuff that's butterflies.
Yeah.
And there's actually an old tale, and it's one of the tribes, and they believe that the butterfly carries the soul to the other side. And then you have Aborigines that believe the dragonfly carries the soul to the other side. So you guys probably won't never see it because I'm not a big, like, go on the beach kind of person, but I have a huge back piece that's a butterfly. And around the butterfly, it says, just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, she turned into a beautiful butterfly. And then I have a caterpillar on my shoulder.
My mom is a butterfly and I have a dragonfly, so totally get that.
My wife has a dragonfly on her foot.
I don't have a dragonfly tattoo, but dragonflies visit me.
I love dragonflies.
Yeah, she got one on her foot that goes up the length of her foot towards her ankle there, and she knows the meaning behind it, which is why she got it too. Very cool, though. Very cool. Well, Leslie and Billy, good to see you.
Like, not to be on a darker side and not looking for any, anything, but my daughter passed away on Christmas Eve, and I was living in Nashville, and I was sitting out on the front deck because we had a big deck that was attached to the house, and then we had a front deck that was out on the other side of the house. So if you ever been in Tennessee in December, it's freezing. Like, there is no way around it. It's cold. And I was sitting out there, and a monarch butterfly landed on my hand, and it just sat there. And I was like, you realize this is not the right time of year for you to be here.
That's what I was fixing to say. You're not supposed to be here at this time of the year.
See, we do a thing with cardinals here. Go ahead, Mom. Sorry.
it hit me like a ton of bricks, if that was, her way of saying hi, hey mom, I'm okay.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
That's Mom, I'm just gonna say I totally understand that. That's why the dragonfly came to me. So I totally get what you're saying with that. It's those random things. I've had one butterfly land in my hand, but that was my mom. But that's different. But for my daughter, it was I just random time, a random thing. So I totally get that.
Yeah, it was definitely not butterfly time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a sign. That's different. That's definitely I'm a here and I'm okay, like you said. That was your sign, right? And you know what it meant because you were looking for a sign for something probably around that time. And there it was. And a lot of people may or may not. Of course you're gonna pay attention to something like that quite out of the ordinary for that time of year. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Especially
Because
when I was like all up in
yeah.
my head.
Yeah, exactly. That's the perfect time, right? That you need it. They show up when you need it the most. So
I'm gonna tell you guys.
amen.
Yeah, my best friend Angie. You guys know, a lot of you guys know about her, and how traumatic that has been to me and my wife. Okay, and here we've always had this thing with cardinals. It's our state bird, first off, but there's something my wife read about cardinals, and it stuck with her. And I'm telling you guys, this just can't be. I don't believe in coincidences very often. I'll say that much already, but it's just so weird that anytime we talk about Angie, we'll be sitting outside talking about her or something, and I swear to Christ, on everything that is holy to me, a cardinal flies up and sits down next to us somewhere on a tree limb or on the railing or on some part of where we're at, and it's just like, wow. We're so used to it now that it's like, hey, Ange, how you doing, hon? Yes, we were talking about you. And it's just, they'll sit there and look around a little bit and fly off. And it happens all the time. It's almost every time, I swear to God. Anytime we go outside, there's a cardinal sitting around us somewhere. It's crazy. And my wife was like, yeah, at some point she said, yeah, it's got to be what it is. That because she knows how traumatic it was to us. And she did something, and I'm not angry with her, but she did something to us that I'm sure she regrets. Okay. And what happened here?
What happened?
I don't know. Probably just hitting buttons. Sometimes it drops people at the wrong
I should
time.
not touch buttons.
And when she found it out, she lied to us and told us she was doing certain treatments that she wasn't doing. And she basically just let it happen and told us she was doing all these things and she was getting better. And we watched her get worse. And then we found the truth out at the very end. And it was just very disheartening. But I get it. I get it. Her father had the same thing, which is how she got it. And there was no hope. And she knew that. And I think she just said, okay, at 45 years, I did it. I've been through what I've been through, and it's time to be done. And it was her time. And I have to respect that because I love her with everything in me. And I get it. So anyway, thank you, Norma. I get it. I understand that. Moving forward.
Amazing person, Joseph Scott Morgan. And then it's got, of course, his Jackson State on the back of it because it's Jackson State here in Florida. And then the Crown Pond badge from last year. And he loves these. These are his favorite glasses. These are his Nancy Grace sunglasses.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he got them from Mac. He got the sunglasses from Mac, from Cheryl Mac McCollum, and because
that's right.
I met Mac, and I've actually had her on panel. I interviewed her one night after CrimeCon, and we had missed Nancy by like 5 minutes, and she gave him that pair of sunglasses, and those are his sunglasses. Those are his Nancy Grace sunglasses, and he just his mom is not a fan of Nancy, which a lot of people aren't. And he loves them. Like he wears them everywhere. And he has like Oakleys, but he will wear those.
And I don't think a lot of people realize Cheryl, she's got she's great with her forensics, all the things that she does.
Mhm.
But years and years ago, when Nancy Grace first aired her show on CNN, and probably at the height, like Casey Anthony, Cheryl was a producer for her show.
Yeah, they're
And
best friends.
she was on that shit like nobody's business, right? I mean, she's amazing with the work she does. That's cool. You got to talk to her and interview her. So yeah.
Yeah, I love her. Like, we stood there for probably 20 minutes talking to her, and, like, you know, I told her who I was and stuff, and then after CrimeCon, I'd reached out to her and was like, "Hey, would you let me interview you?" And she was like, "Girl, I don't know what to talk about." I was like, "You've been on TV. You know what to talk about." And, like, we really hit it off, and she's really good people, and she came up, and we had, like, a good serious live and talked about some cases and what she does and the important work she does. And then, of course, it took a left turn like it always does in NASCAR, and we ended up on Bonnie and Clyde, which she has a passion for, and I do too. So it was
Oh,
really
really?
cool. Yeah. Yeah, she loves Bonnie and
So
Clyde, and
that
I
would have been good. That would have been a good conversation to be in on.
Well,
Yeah.
On Dago, right? Dago's like, oh really? I want to get in on that conversation too.
Well,
Hey, there's a deep dive stream one night we could all check into some Bonnie and Clyde stuff.
Well, I have a little bit of inside information just for you guys to know. Little quick piece of info here. Crazy as it is, I married into. Oh Lord.
Oh Lord, which family did you marry into? Bonnie's or Clyde's?
my wife's family. Okay, let me get this right. My wife's my wife's great grandmother's brother is Clyde Barrow, which is Clyde from Bonnie and Clyde.
Right.
Okay. In fact, that's the married name. Her grandmother was Mathena Barrow. That was his sister. So now on the other side of her family, on that side, her third, or I mean great cousins are Jesse James and I can't think of his brother's name right now. Jesse and Frank James.
Yeah, I would like it. I'd be
those are in
liking
her
to see
family.
Jesse James is another good criminal to look into.
They're both in her family. And I just looked at her when I found this out, and I'm like, "You're lying, this and that."
Oh my God, Dago, your wife be all gangster from way back.
You could be sleeping with one eye open, Dago.
Yeah, that's what I said to her. I said, "Am I in trouble?" She was like, "Oh, stop." And I said, I'm just teasing, but still, what are the odds that you have both of those?
Sweet.
She is. She absolutely is, obviously. But it's just really cool. And they showed me pictures, and I went, "You got to be kidding me!" And they showed the names, the family tree that they built up for, and I'm like, "Holy hell!" But to have those types of people, both of them in one side of your family, is insane to me. It was her grandmother's side for Clyde, and then her grandfather's side was the James family. I was like, "Good Lord!" So
Daisy, I gotta say something before he starts this video back up. I'm a little jealous because you got your picture made with one of my favorite people from Investigation Discovery, John Quijones.
what are you talking about?
JC got her picture made with one of my favorite people from Investigation Discovery.
Oh, yeah. John
Quijones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was the only meet and greet that I did.
Was he nice?
Absolutely phenomenal.
He looks like he would be a nice man. I watch Investigation Discovery. I watch it
Yeah.
while I'm at work, or unless Dago or Clue goes live, then I have to put them on the TV because they loud.
Did you see? Did I post my pictures in Discord?
Yeah,
Yes,
I have them
saw
all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we saw it, I think. Norma, I'd be interested if you want me to do that. Absolutely. So yes, definitely. All right. My sister's kin to Jesse and Frank James. Well, we're probably related then, Taylor. Well, by marriage, obviously, but yeah. All right. My only claim to fame is a boxer. Boom, boom. Ray Mancini. If anybody knows who that is. Or
I
Boom Boom
remember
Mancini.
Ray Mancini.
That's my cousin. Is my second cousin.
Yeah? Oh,
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I normally don't smoke on camera, but we're in the car. It's different.
Oh no, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
So I tried to hold it off camera.
It's all good.
Follow pictures garbage with
Echo.
hello, welcome in. If one of my mods could drop Salty, I think the Salty True Crimes Investigates, I would very appreciate that. Ocean Export, welcome in. I'm doing pretty good today. Salty's in here. Hello, my dear. It's beautiful Colorado, Dandy. I bet it is. I miss the West. I really do. I really, really miss the West. I wanted to move to Arizona, but the boy wanted to come down here. So we ended up down here. I prefer the dry heat to the...
My email's up on the screen, Taylor. You can email me. I'll get in touch with you that way.
Her link should be in Discord if somebody wants to go
My
private.
neighbors will email you tomorrow too, Dago.
There we go. Thank you, Dandy. It'll freeze the live up. We
Love you, mean it.
When I tried to drop links, so I appreciate all my mods for being here. Those that are just now coming in. Of course, we have the cactuses that were taken from everybody to replace the flowers that got weed-eated down. But this is from the mods and from the community. It's a little mushroom with a butterfly. It's a dandy. It's purple, of course, for Maddie. And we're going to leave that as well from all you guys. It's dreary and rainy where you are, Tony. Are you two fighting against trafficking? That's it. Yeah, we do everything over here, Matt. We do missing, murder, trafficking, unsolved cold cases, breaking news, current news, anything that needs awareness. And we also do paranormal, Bigfoot, unexplained. It's just kind of a mix-up of, whatever.
I would love to do a Bigfoot show with you, Mama.
That is so funny because I just unmuted to say the same damn thing because I'm like obsessed myself.
Me too.
I'm always looking for him when I'm out and about, especially in the woods. Of course, in the woods, but yeah.
I've run it a couple times, different versions on my Paranormal Friday. So we should get together and do one all together. I think that'd be hilariously fun.
So I'm obsessed with Bigfoot. You can run the video if you want to. I'll talk over it, but I'm obsessed with Bigfoot. So if you guys ever see my background, at the top of my shelf is a Bigfoot. My dad owns an antique store, and he's also a woodworker. And on the Bigfoot that I have that's carved, he is on a piece of oak from Kentucky. And my dad found this piece of oak walking through the woods because he what's he call it? He reclaims furniture, and he builds furniture from scratch. And it looked like angel wings. So you guys will see me drink out of my purple cup sometimes, my purple channel cup. And and I've been obsessed with Bigfoot since I was a little kid.
Me too.
So Dad tells me that he thinks that Bigfoot, the reason why I was always obsessed with Bigfoot when I was little, and then what I do now and what I've done for several years here with the missing, that Bigfoot is my angel that keeps my missing in the woods safe.
There you go.
So
that's awesome. I love that.
I agree.
And then you guys will see my other hat. I have a whole bunch of hats, but my two favorite hats is my "Hey y'all," because if y'all ever see me come in chats, what do I say? "Hey y'all." If you ever watch a live,
I've seen the Bigfoot hat. Yes,
that's me. And then the Bigfoot hat, my daughter-in-law got me for Christmas, and it says, it says, "Bigfoot is real. I know because he tried to eat me." It doesn't.
Oh my God, I love that too.
But
I like
it
that
says
one.
something a little bit more risque, but we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. They have this big what we like where I live is like literally we have a caution light as the little four-way stop, and there's a gas station, and there's a Dollar General, and then there's this restaurant that opened up recently, and I think you can park your camper back there overnight if you want to or whatever. I'm not really sure if he's doing that yet, but the restaurant part's open. But it's not super busy down there, but it's called Bigfoot's Crossing. There's a woodworking guy right there beside them, like has a booth and all this stuff set up. Amazing work, out of the wood, the trees and all that. But he's done some great stuff with, I have to get some pictures, Mom, and show them to you because my grandson's obsessed with getting his picture taken down there next to Bigfoot every time we go. So I'm always telling him stories about we gotta look for Bigfoot when we're in the woods because he's out there, dude. You know. So
when I went and got Maddie's flowers, we get to the nursery and we're walking around with this guy, and I stop like dead in my tracks, and there's a huge bronze Bigfoot, and I was like,
oh
"This is
damn,
my place. This is my
yeah.
nursery."
I
And
used
That
to
was a
have one of
sign.
those.
That was your sign right there from Maddie saying thank you. You know, here's you a Bigfoot because I know why you're here. That's what
The next time I go into town, there's a place coming out of our road, and there's two. I don't know what they're made. I think they're made out of steel, but they got two big, like they're black. They've got them painted black, so it looks like a silhouette.
I
but
had
they're
one
big,
of those.
They're
Yep.
Bigfoots. They're huge. They're really tall.
I
They're
had
awesome.
one. I had one that leaned against the side of my.
And I can
barn.
tell you, if you come down that road at night,
Yeah.
until you're used to it, it will freak you the hell out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we do a Bigfoot live, I'll tell you guys my Bigfoot story.
But
That
we
would
get talking about hats. We're going to Florida on vacation in August, and I was going to get one that said shit show supervisor. I don't know.
Awesome.
I don't think the whole
Good luck
family
with that
would
title, man. It's like
I don't think the family would appreciate me wearing that all over Florida.
So yeah, well,
Right.
It'll probably be true by the end of the vacation, though.
I was about to say it would be just another hat here, honey.
Where
Yeah, I know
exactly?
that, but I don't know how my brother would feel about me wearing that to a restaurant. He is 10 years older than me, so I do have to sling him respects because he does. I mean, since mom and dad are gone, he does. He checks in on me, and he's my bro, but he does check in on me, and we see each other a lot, and we talk a lot. But he's always checked in on me since. Well, our dad passed in 95, but mom passed in 2011. So he does check in on me, and he's kind of been my little, well, I just want this for you, and I want that for you. And I'm like, okay, shut up. Just shut up.
Where exactly is this right about now, Mom?
So we're in St. Cloud now.
Okay. So we're coming up on it, guys. Just to get everybody caught up over in the chat was asking.
Yeah, we just now got into St. Cloud.
They're probably going, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
That sounds good, Norma. Let me know. I'm down for it anytime, I promise.
So I would like to do that one day. We want to take the baby with us just to kind of get out of the house and show her different parts of Florida. So you guys have a good day. Let me know if I can help. Thank you so much. Thanks for all you do. You're great. I appreciate that, Oceanix. Thank you for being here. Dandy, thank you for dropping Scarlett's link, guys. She's an amazing person, great creator. She does a lot of night lives, so we have a few channels like Owl on the Prowl and a couple of the later night channels that do normally go live late at night. So it's always nice to have those late night channels. If you're like me and you're an insomniac, you have trouble sleeping, it's always a good time to watch a good channel. All right, guys. We are almost to St. Cloud. Yeah. Because Kissimmee butts up to St. Cloud, so it's kind of hard to tell where we're at as many times as we've been out here. The first time we came
Thank
out
you, Taylor.
with us, so I didn't go live. I just cut videos together. My phone ran out of memory because I didn't have my cloud attached to it, so that video doesn't have the full location, but we did do the whole route. And then there is a live on my channel where we actually went from the condo to Maddie's school. We stopped at the church, and then where'd we go from the church?
We're about to go past the van.
Okay, so for those of y'all that were watching the helicopter footage of the day that Maddie went missing or was being searched for, this is today, Mom. Is because he doesn't have behind him, so I'm gonna have him slow down a little bit. We're gonna come by the abandoned house where the police started. Right here on the left, it's gonna come up.
So the abandoned house is where they started the search, Mom?
Yes, this is where they started. This is
Okay,
where
I
they
just wanted to
started. Like, if you
clarify.
watch the helicopter footage, this is where the
Uh-huh.
majority of law enforcement that morning, because those lives
That's
were really long.
Instead of
and that's where they
we're going
because that's where he was seen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Leslie, that's awesome. Thank you for the
Oh,
$5
thank
super
you.
chat. We will one of these days. We will do that for sure. Meta Mom, thank you for joining. I see people leaving. I'm sorry, guys. Moving on. Norma says, when you get a chance, pull up Gabriel Johnson. I've heard the story. Yeah, I've heard about the story. I'll have to look up a little bit deeper. But thank you, Norma. And like I said, whenever you're ready, read between the lines. Get ready. What am I getting ready for, Reed?
Because when I came out here, I planned to get it down. So, guys, I'm sorry about the wigglies. Trying to get it stabilized. There we go. You would think as much money as this state makes off of tolls, they'd fix these damn roads.
You can tell the terrain's a little rough, Mom. Your voice is going.
Yeah, it's the freaking road.
Yeah, I was about to say it's the roads.
Yeah, I know it is. It's Tennessee roads.
What did I do to the rooster? Huh?
I don't know, but now I'm intrigued.
I want to know what you did.
Don't answer that. Just play the video. Don't answer that. I don't know what the roosters.
Kimber,
just play the video. Dave.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is a big eagle's nest. See that? See that? That's a big ass eagle's nest up there.
Oh, for God's sake.
We're gonna ride for a few minutes here. It's about a 5-minute ride from the abandoned house out here to War Memorial. Love you too, little bug. Thank you for coming in, honey. If you guys will hit exclamation mark and a maple leaf, it'll drop Frankie's link. If you hit exclamation mark and a ladybug, it will drop Doodle's link. Those are two good channels. If you're not subbed up to, make sure you sub up to those channels as well. And then if you hit exclamation mark and Dago, D-A-G-O, it'll drop his link as well. I frequent his panel. He's a good friend, an amazing creator. And I said it right that time, y'all.
You did do.
You guys catch me over there on this panel a lot too. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being an amazing person, Mark. Danny, thank you for dropping Alan proudly. Dave is a rock star. So this is really roll out here, so my signal kind of sucks out here. Absolutely. I can't wait till it'll get better once we get way out to the memorial. Days off and going home or saving up all my time. And it's going to, I don't really want to go to jury selections because, not because I don't think that the whole trial is important. But just because jury selection is really not, something I want to sit through. Yes, taking a No, not stop.
Whatever. Okay, Truth is live. So go back over to Truth since you guys were all over there, I guess. And
hang
tell
on,
him.
Dago. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You think that's what I'm trying? I see what's happening right now in chat, and it's strange.
Salty, just calm down.
Honey. Oh, wait. I'm in my bed. I'm calm. But I'm just asking a question. Is that what's happening? There come from somebody else's live to interrupt what's going on?
I think he's making a joke, and he probably
for fun. Okay, because we're in the middle of something, and Mom is almost
right. We're almost there. Just tell him that we're still busy, guys. That's all.
That's not. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Bounce house. That's some little kid's birthday. We're not stopping. Y'all, he wants to stop at a bounce house. Throw him in the trash.
I have broken legs. What am I going to do anyway?
Dude, we know you ain't been over there.
It's fucking disrespectful. I'm sorry.
Broken anymore.
I think we're getting closer. I remember this.
right? Margaret said, "Oh, come on, Mom, stop! Everybody wants to stop at the bounce house. They might think we're weirdos." I'd rather get a root canal than sit through jury selection. I feel that. Who are we saying aloha to? Is everybody? You can stop at the bounce house on your way home. Tony says you can stop at the bounce house.
Dude, there's cows grazing in the front yard by the pool. And then
well, you know, when you live in Florida, you let the cows graze where there's grass.
In their front yard, literally. That was cool.
There was 2 huge cows like eating grass in somebody's front yard, and he was all amazed by it.
I'm always all amazed by cows.
These are massive cows. Like, I don't even know what they were. They were huge.
I love to watch the cows.
When I see cow, if I'm in a car and I see cows, I will announce there are cows. Even if everybody in the car sees there's cows, I will announce it.
That's
I've had
funny.
the
'cause
rant, yeah.
I go, "Mrrr."
I've had a random cow wander up in the yard out here. Yeah, it's happened like twice.
They keep trying to get on the baby's beach bike. He's not even supposed to be walking yet. His anniversary to his rent will be July the 7th, and he's actually not supposed to walk for 18 months. He lasted about 6 months, and an e-bike, yeah, he wants a dirt bike. Get a recumbent bike? What the hell is that?
So, Mom, when you get to the spot, to the location, you can let it play, Dago, while I ask her this. When you get to the location, Mom, I don't have the map right now pulled up, but beyond that, if you had kept going, you would eventually come into an area where there was a lot thicker of the wooded area.
That was going to be a question, Salty. You must be reading my mind again. I was going to ask, like, say you went, what comes out at the end of this road? Like, you come into swampy area or something bigger?
Well, the highway continues on, but I want to think it veers back to the right, if my memory's recollecting correctly. And there's a lot of forest right through there, right?
Yes.
And I can get you probably to Santa's house back that way, because I've looked at the possible routes and why locations happen the way they did. And the flat tire thing to me is never, that just happened. And the fact that they got some tread and the videos, I think the tire thing absolutely did happen, but I think that played a factor as to why she was left here versus somewhere with more coverage, right, Mom? Would you think? I mean,
absolutely. I
Yeah.
think it was a quick thing. I think it was a not wanting to go all the way around.
Because of the tire, maybe, or because it was just like, okay, we've been driving for this long and something's got to happen. But
it could have been a combination of both.
Yeah, combination. I was going to say that next.
And
right?
panic could have set in too. Because he, this is almost 30 minutes from where the condo and the school and everything, which is kind of close together, to where he dropped her body. So you got to think, how long had he been driving around with her in the car? And panic may have set in, or paranoia may have set in, and he was like, it's got to be done. This has got to be done.
You know, one thing that is important to me with this, and I don't know why it's so important, and I'm sure I'll never get it, but I'm in my mind, I'm hoping that at some point this piece of garbage is going to admit to what he did, I guess you could say, and give a motive. I want to know why. You did what you did. That was bad enough, but why did you have to go that far is what I want to know what this motive is about. I really do. I know that sounds a little sick in some ways, you guys, like a little too much, but I want to hear him say why. That's all. I don't know why. I need to for some reason.
I do too. I want to know why. Like, what pushed you to the point after so long to take her life? Like, what gave you the right? What gave you the thought? Why would you do something like this? But honestly, in my opinion, when I'm crossing all fingers and toes, this goes to trial because a trial date has been set.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have a bit of a.
I don't think he'll speak.
Well, I'm almost worried that he's not even going to make it through.
There's the gate that I was telling you. Like how I walked up closer today.
Right there, guys, is like a little pull off
behind you.
No.
Well,
But I'm showing them. I believe
yeah.
he parked right there to do the tire thing, folks. I think.
Yeah, and there's police tape still there where Doggo's mouse.
Yeah.
There and it. I even made a remark today about how it is still there after all this time. They
Yeah, I
irritate
heard
me.
you. I heard you make that comment, Mom.
It took everything in my power to keep from walking over there and taking my pocket knife and cutting it down.
Yeah, I agree. And you know
Yeah.
what? Who said that to me? H. Martin. I was thinking about that too because of the age she is now, and enough is enough probably, and maybe she said no. And
That's
that's what my thought process is at this point. I don't know.
Dago, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dago. It is your
You're
pan.
you're fine. You're fine.
I have thought about that 100,000 times. Was that the day that she stood up to him? Was that the day she said, if you don't stop, I'm going to tell someone? Of course, she probably couldn't tell Jen because obviously we know that situation, but was that the day she stood up to him and told him she was going to tell someone? Was that the day she told him no? Was that the day?
I agree, and I also have to wonder. There's the gate there, guys. Hold on. For those of you guys that didn't get to see that, let me go back a little bit. Right there. No, that's not it. That's one across the street again. Hold on. And this is another reason why I really want to know about Jen's whereabouts and possible what part she took in this, because I've talked about there's the gate right there. So yeah, that's probably how.
And that's what I'm saying is that gate, the way it's made, it would have been very easy for him to put his feet in there and climb that
right
gate
over
like
top like a ladder.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, that's like a ladder.
He could have reached over.
Yeah, those gates are super easy to scale. Super easy. Those bars are not super you can slip things through the bars.
Exactly.
Do what you got to do. So they're and they're common in fields, across the country, probably in field fence and things of that nature.
My
But
uncle's
she was in the woods there on that little patch of woods there. Because that's not like a forest, right, Mom? It's just more of a patch of woods right there.
It's like bamboo reeds.
Right within that field. So it happened to have to be the area with a little bit of coverage. So that and I guess, maybe he thought that was the target area. I don't know but I feel like it was go time. Panic, maybe a little bit like Mom said, is a lot going on there, and how much that was panic, I don't know.
Well, let's think about it real fast. Like, this happened somewhere in the middle of the night, I'm gonna guess. That's just a guess for me. It could have been the night before, who knows? But that's a long time, okay? And he's dealt with this all those hours. And yeah, I agree. It was now or never. You know what I mean? It had to be done per se. I can imagine that he put her over top of the fence, crawled over, grabbed her, went back in there, tried to hide her, and hurried up and got the hell out of there because he's weak and pathetic. So, that's again, I don't even want to talk about that. It gets me so pissed off. But anyway, this is the area. That's the memorial that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger every time I see it. It's absolutely huge now, which is amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm gonna talk about it here in a minute, but this is why I feel like people are brought together and bonded together when I read off what her cross says and her cactuses.
And loving, see, that's beautiful. So the guy that owns this property is amazing. That picture is, I've seen that picture. That's so beautiful.
Isn't that pretty? Yeah.
And I love the fact that the guy that owns that property, it has no intentions of taking that memorial down.
Right.
Because there are a lot of people that would like, okay, we'll leave it up for a little while and then we're done. But no, just look at all of that. It's grown so much, and it's going to grow more over the years. It's going to grow more and more and more.
Did you guys see that? Hold on. I want you guys to see that real quick. Hold on a minute.
Ooh.
Let me see if I can catch it. Okay. Padlock post. Leave a love. I can't read it. Leave a love lock here. Locks only, please. I think that's really, really sweet. And then you see.
So the story behind love locks are people that have lost a loved one. There's a bridge, and I believe it's California. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, because I have a lot of stuff crammed in my head. But it's a famous spot where they would hang a lock of a loved one, and then you throw away the key.
Yep. Yeah. I know. Look at all those locks. That's amazing. This is what I love this because it helps me to restore humanity or my faith in humanity. It really does. And it shows that there's people that don't know this little girl that are here and giving their love to her because of what happened. And that is what keeps me going on a daily basis, you guys. It's fact.
No,
it really is.
Norma, I don't think that she was.
That's a rumor. That's a rumor,
That's a
Norma.
rumor.
He wouldn't be charged
it's
with
not,
one.
It's
He
never
would be
been
charged with 2.
Yeah, that would have been charged immediately. But I know it's understandable as to a motive. Okay. There's another motive that we've talked about too, that involved her mom. Okay. And it's a very plausible motive. As far as a jealous scenario because of the attention paid to Maddie and not to her and so on and so forth. We've talked about that slightly too. But I don't know, guys. I don't know. And I'm hoping that all were to come out. I am. I want to know all of those things. I want to know possible involvement of her mother, if any. I want to know everything and motive behind him.
Well, it's for us to understand. It's understanding it and wrapping our heads around it. Will we ever? But
That's
it's
true.
knowing what triggered the events of that night.
That's what I want to know the most.
And knowing what we know so far about what she endured from the age of 8.
Yeah.
So it's a sad situation, and this does, like Dago said, humanity. People are good at heart, and there are a lot of good people out there who do care and do support the victims, and this shows, and it's a beautiful. I'm glad, Mom, that this did land in your backyard, but I appreciate you taking the time and going out there and doing what you do, and taking things out there. And like when I was, you go to fix things, you go to make sure things look good, and I get that, and I appreciate you taking the time to do that. I really do.
It's my honor, and I swear every time I've been out there, I've fixed something. I've either put something back together, or chased something down the field, or reached through the fence and grabbed something. So this is the bench.
Yeah, I
so
see
they
that.
do have a bench, but it has the stuffies on there, and I'm not sure who all the stuffies came from. I know that one of the flamingos is from one of her grandmothers that's on the fence.
Right, I heard that too. Very sweet, very, very, and it's just going to continue to grow, you guys, and get bigger and bigger and bigger. I just hope that it weathers well, and that people don't go and try to damage it, because there are bad people out there that don't care. But
there are 2 local advocates that actually take care of the memorial. They actually are out there almost on a daily basis, and when something seems like it's being weathered, apparently they have a I don't remember what she called it, like a forever box, like a protective box. So the unicorn that I left for the mods in the community last time actually got picked up, and I went into a Facebook group, and I saw the picture of the inside this chick's car, like with her steering wheel with that unicorn, and I flipped. I was like, why has this been removed from her memorial? And they messaged me and was like, hey, calm down. If the glitter was getting washed off of it, they're gonna redo it and then take it back out there.
One of these next times that you do this, I may get in touch with you and send something to you to have you put something there from me and my community as well.
Will.
Yeah, from the community as well. I would think that would be amazing.
I go out there about once a month.
Okay, that's perfect. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and usually, like Mom said, there's usually advocates or people that do that do go. We have Gannon's Memorial, and there are a few women that do go there routinely, right, to do what they do. And it's not near as big as Maddie's, but it's there, and you can see it from the highway as you're passing, and people do stop, and we do go leave things there. And I've been there a few times, and but there are good people who do care and do take the time to go out and take care of things, because you don't want it to get like Mom with like fixing things that need to be fixed. And sometimes there will be a time you have to rotate things out or fix things and put back in. But like she said, they're doing a keepsake box type thing, Mom, right? where they will be collecting the things that do need to be taken away and making they're inventorying those items and they're putting them away, right?
Well, you know,
So yeah.
I wonder. Something I was working on somebody else with at one point in time on the Kylie Rodney case was to put a permanent concreted in the ground bench at the Kylie Rodney site. And I wondered about this, if what the the scenario is with this, if we could put together something like this for her that is engraved and plaqued and made to weather, something permanent that could be concreted in the ground at this site for her as a permanent memorial site.
I can definitely find out and see if that's something that we can do. Like, I have contact with the main advocate that started the memorial.
Right.
Hey, Mom, if you can find out, I'd be willing to donate. More than willing to donate.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would. And I think that would be something. I've been thinking about it for a while because of what we were trying to do with Kylie, but they wouldn't allow it for
like
other.
the permanent marker. We have those around,
Yes.
They can even be like in the form of a cross. There's all kinds of things you can do. So that's
I've been thinking about that for a while. I've seen there's benches that they're made out of wood, but they're like really strong, and there's a plaque that's on the back of the bench that's engraved in like bronze or something.
Well, Mom, you know that thing that you showed at the end? If we go back to the end, there's something with Maddie's face. There's a thing with Maddie's face on it.
Yeah, there's a plaque at the beginning when she first walked out.
And I think it would be great if there was a permanent bench with a picture of Maddie's face on it.
Yeah, and I've looked into it. You guys, they're not that awful expensive, and I know the communities would come together, donate to put it together. And if not, I would figure out a way to pay for it myself. But
no, I'm more than willing to help. But the
I
thing
don't
is,
know if y'all are going to be. I don't know, like zoning laws and
That's what I
things of
wanna
that
know.
nature.
Right.
You may not be possible to put a permanent bench on the property.
That's what we got to find out.
if the guy that owns the property says you can put a permanent bench,
Yeah,
well,
but
it's
even
the
if he owns
county.
it, zoning is a big deal.
The county owns from so many feet from the edge of the road back toward the property, and then you go from there on back toward the actual property. So it just depends. You could, I don't know, but I would be. I don't know.
My thought was thinking to move it inside the fence so that it wasn't accessible to everybody to destroy if it were to happen, and put it closer to where she was found, and then it would be just his property. But whether you own property or not, zoning law is still a little bit weird.
Then you got a private property owner who has now opened his property to the public.
Well,
possibly,
that's the other side.
and then there's a whole lot of things that can occur from that.
Right, definitely. That's like I said.
So
it's just something
these were more, yeah.
Yeah, there was another creator that was going to take care of read between the lines. Another
the
creator
mom said that the property owner was going to let this memorial stay up. So,
Yeah, you probably will. I just don't know about a permanent bench, but y'all can certainly ask. But I was thinking more of a marker. A lot of them are good with that. I see those a lot.
Yeah, I know
even
what
with highway scenes, of accidents.
Yeah.
You will see a marker, a mile marker.
Yeah, there was
not a mile marker. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean,
That
memorial
type of memorial. I mean, they're probably, I'm just saying.
But I think it should be something with Maddie's face on it.
Yeah, you can do that with even with the crosses that mark the, a permanent marker if you wanted to go say, so you can do it on a lot of, granite is beautiful to
But
work
if
with.
it's within that city easement, then, or the county easement, then you still have that issue. But if it's on the property owners, then you don't have that problem.
Okay, so Guilty of Crime says, do you want the people in charge's email? And then says it's got to be non-perishable items that are changing to locks. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Like I said, when I first started in this, there was another creator I kind of was working with at times, and another subscriber that came in that she started the idea, then he wanted to do the idea, and then I was working with her to try to put it together, and it just didn't happen because of zoning, truly. So, but it's still an idea. I think for a lot of these victims would be a good idea in some senses, depending on how it's done. That's all.
Yeah, nobody's. I'm not telling lies about easements or anything. I'm saying that we have to check because I don't know. That's a permanent. You know, property owners doesn't want to get sued because you twist your ankle visiting the bench.
Yes, bingo. That's it. And
So that's where that's what I meant. Yeah, there's rules that have to be followed. I'm just going by what I've seen across the state of Florida.
Absolutely.
As markers. So crosses, things of that, wreaths, permanent fixtures. That's what I'm basing that on.
Right, but Salty, you have to remember one thing. The property owner, as Mom said, has said that he's going to leave this up so that people can visit it and still bring things. So at the same time,
I know, but I'm just saying, moving it for. Never mind. That's not. That is not, and none of that's what I meant.
I know what you mean. I got it. It's okay. Anyway, and guilty of crime. I don't know who it is, but yeah, if you would want to give them my email,
I have Jenny's contact information. I talk to her on a weekly basis.
That'll be fine then. Yeah, if you want to talk to her mom, then let her know that I'm just interested in maybe. It doesn't even have to be a bench. It could just be like a little cross or maybe a little plaque or something. That would be fine. Like what Salty said, just to memorialize it forever. That's all I'm saying.
A plaque would be awesome. Just a plaque.
Yeah, absolutely. Just let them know that I'm interested in wanting to do that. And, we could all put together something from the entire bit of the community that's involved in all of our channels and see if that would work out, if they're okay with that. That's all. And I would really appreciate that, Mom. And thank you.
I'll ask her. I'll reach out to her. Yeah, I've talked to her on a weekly basis.
Yes, absolutely. That's wonderful. And absolutely guilty of crime. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Very, very much for supporting any of this. All right, guys.
So he's delegating where to put her cactuses.
I think right in front of right there.
In front of the bench?
Yeah.
So we've been taking the pretty from the...
Those are pretty. I like those.
We've been taking the pretty from the mods in the community and leaving it right here on the corner. So we're going to leave that on the corner. There's her cactuses. And he's not a YouTuber, guys. Here, I'm going to fix this because it's leaning. He's not a YouTuber, so I'm going to walk back down the fence so you guys can see. And I can't see chat. So...
That's awesome, Norma. That's absolutely awesome. That would be wonderful, actually.
That's where we left our cactuses.
And that's a good idea, planting a tree there, but
the ones we planted got mowed down, so kind of sucks.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what the
pretty fell off. So fix that.
Yeah, you'd have to see what the
I wonder when he may allow you to plant a tree. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Something out there. You have to ask, and like Mom says, she can check into what
that's what I'm saying.
The requirements.
That's what I was going to say, because somebody might not want to planted the landowner might not wanted a tree planted there because
please depends on past the sun.
Again, this is awesome, Mom. Thanks for doing this today.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much for sharing it. Like I said, this case is really close to my heart, and every time I go out there, I try to fix the stuff that needs to be fixed, or I've picked up trash, and just to do my part. Because the ladies that are in charge are amazing.
My daughter's graves in Portland, Tennessee.
We all still have our lives, so anytime I'm out there, I always try to.
It is a beautiful memorial.
To make a change or pick stuff up or put stuff together. I mean, in the first video, you guys saw me getting the balloon. The balloon was down, but I still clipped it back to the fence because it was like way down the road.
Victoria, what stuff gets rotten and causes bacteria?
And there's her cactuses. And guys, if y'all haven't seen, the little crosses,
You're welcome, guilty of crime.
are near. And then I put her a little windmill in
Okay,
there.
so did you catch what I said, Dago? Dago?
For the channel, because the channel is all lime green.
Is he still with us?
Big cactus I picked out.
Oh, Dago.
Dago. Did you catch what I said?
Sorry. Go ahead. Say again.
So that the cactuses, the green one, my channel theme, and I love the fact that yours is green too. It's my favorite color is lime green. So the small cactus is lime green for the channel color because I don't ever write my channel name on anything that I take out there. I don't tag anything because that's not what it's about.
Right.
But
exactly.
the cactus, the other cactus with the little red bloom thing on it, that's it's plastic. I don't know why they do that, but Home Depot glues these little plastic doodads to it. And if you take them off, like the cactus doesn't fare well because I have some outside that are mine that I've had for a year. But then the other one has these really long thorns on it. And I said that I picked that one because I wish that Maddie would have had thorns to push him away.
Agreed.
But that little
Agreed.
cross that's in there, that little cross has a cardinal on it. And
Oh, wow.
it says,
That's cool. I see it.
cardinals appear when angels are near.
See, I told you.
They do.
I
And
told you.
Victoria,
I
the
just thought that
animals,
was
the animals, anything material. Mom explained earlier, they do go out there and they do pick up some of that stuff and put it in a keepsake box. So all of it does not stay out there. They change the stuff out. And as it gets weathered, they change it out. They don't let it just stay out there and disintegrate. So it does get changed out. And people bring more stuff. So it doesn't just stay out there and get
Yeah, see,
disintegrate.
that tag there was rest in peace, Maddie, from the JLR Army and stuff like that. That's what I mean. Like, that's awesome that different channels and communities are showing their love as well. That's what I'm talking about. I think it's an amazing thing. It really is.
It really makes my heart smile every time I go out there because you see different things. And like I made sure to get footage of that and thank his community and whoever took that out
Absolutely.
there and put that up there because it makes such a difference when we can all come together because, you know, we're stronger together than we are apart. And the bickering and the fighting and, you know, the back and forth and
Exactly.
the drama is not worth it when these cases and what we do is so heavy and so dark as it is that, you know, it just,
Yes,
it's
and
not
we're
worth
here for the same reason in the end. We're supposed to be, at least. Some of us aren't. I'll say that much, but most of us, and I'll say even JLR is okay. In the end, we're here for the same thing. We want true justice for the victims in all of these cases, and their families, guys. That's fact. Okay, the ones that aren't, well, then they can go where they got to go. That's fine. But the rest of us are here for that reason. Whether, you know, it's not a competition, folks. It's not. There's so many different channels and creators involved in this community. I've said this, and I'm grateful that it started to happen with some of us, at least, that we can come together, work together to make this something better than what it has been and keep it growing that way. That's what it means to me. So, you know, and the people that don't want to be a part of it, then they don't have to be. They can go do their thing and run with their drama to make their money. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
We plan to, Kimber and I plan to, because we won't be streaming live every day or every evening. That's just not what we're
No.
going to, no, not going right now. None of that. But we do want to do it at least a couple times a week. And one of the times we want to highlight missing person cases, active, you know, to help bring awareness to some of the cases. Mom wants to get out. You know, we are very small. We're going to have a very small reach, but we can start somewhere, right?
We all do.
And so yeah, it's just getting them out there, talking about them and this is beautiful. Of course, we wish she could have been found unharmed, but that's not the way it turned out.
Right.
And, you know, the fact that Mom, you know, goes out there and does this and we can see it and appreciate it and honor the victims, you know, and they get lost.
They are,
you know, in the cases and in the what happens. And
the victims of the cases, you guys, I agree, Salty, 100%. In my and I see this, and I'm putting it out like this, and I don't mean it to be offensive to anybody, but the cases that we put all of the passion into that we cover, from Kylie Rodney to Deborah Collier to the Idaho 4 to Sebastian to Maddie. I'm going to go Gabby Petito. Okay, that's where I started. And they become like family to us. And that the fact that we want to make sure that they get justice, we revisit the cases. We remind people of these people, their names, their faces and stuff. That's why it's important to me that we all work together instead of against each other. And are able to do this. And your channel is going to be great, Salty, and I will continuously help you to grow and support as much as I can, as I have with all these other channels that I will keep doing that with as well.
And Salty as host and me as co-host, we plan to grow our channel organically.
That's the only way to do it. That's the only way to do it.
We're going to cover fact-based, and we'll cover the missing, and we will bring up Sebastian to keep his name out there. We're just not going to delve into the drama surrounding it. We're going to keep we're going to delve into cold missing cases. We're going to delve into a lot, but we're just not going to get into the drama side of the cases.
Well, the focus is going to be true crime, and the missing, cold cases, current cases, past cases that have already had an outcome, different things we'll be looking at.
Yeah.
And reporting on the cases that we've been following. And Sebastian's, he went missing the same day Maddie did. So we know the outcome with hers. Now we have to just wait for justice. We don't know the outcome with Sebastian yet, and there's absolutely nothing there that I can report on, because there are people that the stuff that is going on, there is some, really good people doing a really good job at exposing that.
Yeah. No, Taylor,
And
Salty is not cotton candy.
So we're just going to try to bring, facts as we know them kind of thing. Of course, we will speculate and we will theorize, but we will be respectful of each other and the victims, first and foremost. We're going to try to do it, moving forward. But that's the only way to present any case. I'm sorry. That's what everybody should try to do that, though.
Yes. And listen, growing it organically, as Kimber has stated, that's how I did it, guys. And I grew it literally from the bottom up to where I'm at now. And it's taken a long time to get here. You see creators that come out and they go from 0 to 320,000 subscribers within 6 months. That's not organic, folks. Nope. I have done this with blood, sweat, and tears. I've had help from a lot of people that have supported me, that are in this chat, that are on this panel with me from day one, from the moment that I've touched this stuff. And I am eternally grateful to these people. And they're still here, through good times and bad. They're still here supporting this. And I think it's because of that, because I do grow organically. I don't go out and buy subscribers and buy views and go beg people to come in here and do this and do that. I spread myself out because I like other people. And I share myself with other people, and I help other channels to grow the same way, as long as they're here for the right reasons. That's what it's all about. That's why.
And here I am 3 months later, still hanging out with you, Dago.
Well, and
guilty of crime. I know who you are. I've been in your chats. I'm the local that comes in your chats. I'm Mind of Monsters. I'm the one you see on your screen here. So she's done a lot of really good work with Maddie's case as well, and she's also one that's covered it. But I'm the local that's been communicating with Jenny and that has been out here numerous times too. And you may not, I don't use the same avatar, but my avatar is usually a Bigfoot with the Bigfoot paw print on it, but that's me. So yes, there is a lot of victims here in Florida, and I appreciate everything that you've done for Maddie and having Jenny on panel and everything. I appreciate you, and I know who you are. And I know my avatar is not what's in chats, but that's me. It's me. Hi, I'm the one from Orlando.
Absolutely. Avery, thank you so much for the email. I appreciate you in that very much. Again, if we could drop the Murder Candy podcast link too, guys, any of the mods that are in here, please. But that's I'm glad you see that, because that is what it is for me, Avery, and that's what it is about for me. There's a lot of people that didn't see that's what I was trying to do, but I'm glad that some of you do. I know a lot of you do see me see me for who I really am. And you don't question that. You don't buck that when other people try to throw different things out there. And I appreciate that very much. So again,
No,
God bless.
we
Thank you
don't.
very much, Avery.
And a lot of the homeless are forgotten vets. Yes, Victoria. But you know, a lot of, not all druggies, but here's the thing, that a lot of addicts,
Where'd that even come from?
I'm reading Victoria's comment. Victims are also homeless people who society unalived. A lot of the homeless are forgotten vets, not all druggies. Here's the thing about drug addicts. Sometimes people just, okay, addiction is hereditary, whether anybody wants to admit it or not. Addiction is hereditary. It happens. It's hereditary. Whether y'all want to believe it or not, it is. So some people, when they get a monkey on their back, they can't get it off of their back. That doesn't mean that just because someone has a drug addiction. How did I misread it?
Where did it go? Victims are also, hold on, guys. Victims are also Victims are also homeless people who society unalived. A lot of the homeless are forgotten vets, not all drug. Right, but why did that even come up though? We weren't even talking about that. We were talking about.
But she said not all druggies, so I was trying to say, how do you get not all druggies, which makes it sound bad for people that are addicted? And then she said I misread it, so I'm just trying to figure that out, how I misread that.
I don't even understand how that statement was
She's
brought
just
in.
saying that some people are homeless because they're vets and have various reasons. Not all are drug addicts. I don't know where. I have no clue what's going on.
All I'm asking
know.
is what we were doing, why that even got brought up. That's all. And I agree, that's true too, Victoria. But we weren't on that specific subject at this point. That's all I was wondering. But you're right. I agree. Okay, so thank you, Mom, again for that very much.
You're welcome.
Thank
It was
Mom,
beautiful.
you're awesome. We love you.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. And I appreciate everything you do with that. You know, it's nice to know that we have, I mean, you're an advocate to begin with, but you're an advocate in that way as well. And we have that connection to her, to the memorial, and those things is absolutely just amazing to me. And I appreciate that so very much.
Mom, how are the billboards doing for Ellen Greenberg?
Her billboard is still up and running. I'd have to log in to see how many blips were there. Her billboard is still up and running. If you're in the Pennsylvania area and you're not familiar with the Ellen Greenberg case, there's a lot of really good channels. Gavin Fish has done some good content on her. I have probably 5 or 6 videos on mine about her.
We can cover that, Norma. Just we'll get together and get information. Go ahead, Mom. I'm sorry.
Pull it up here. I'm trying to get to the reports. So she still currently has $65.67 left on her billboard for the time being. And I have it set to a low amount because a lot of people will go in and they'll set up their billboards and they'll have it at $10 or $20 a day. And that eats up so much. They blip. Hers blips every hour. It blips. Generally it blips every hour, and a blip lasts for 8 seconds. So it shows her billboard. It's generating a report.
You have billboards up running for Sebastian right now as well, right?
Yes, there are 2 billboards in Texas and a billboard in South Carolina.
Great job. Again, thank you for that as well. I'm going to be getting involved in some of that stuff too with the billboarding. Not just on this case. I think it's a really good way. I've talked to, just so you guys know, I went and dropped flyers for Sebastian through the Greyhound bus depot that we have, 3 of them out here. Okay. And I spoke with somebody, and they do advertising on the Greyhound buses now. all over them. Okay. And
Mhm.
I asked the supervisor that day I spoke to about this. She was overwhelmed with joy that we do what we do. Said she's never heard of the true crime community on YouTube, or even YouTube for that matter. And it's like, that's so amazing. You guys do what you do. I wish there's more things like that, so on and so forth. But anyway, and she let me put flyers all over the bus depot. And then she called the other two and said, hey, there's a guy here doing this. Please allow him to do the blah, blah, blah. They were all about it too. They were really, really, really great people. And I was talking to her and she goes, we have different advertisements all over these buses. She said, so I think for something like this, because the corporation for Greyhound, they're very pro-life, good, basically, is how she explained it. She went into details I'm not going to talk about on here, but
Mom, check your
things like
text.
that. And she said that they might even do something like that, with no cost to anything, as long as we can provide a source for the advertisement. And I'm thinking that a Greyhound bus driving cross country, multiple buses that are going back and forth across the United States, what is the best way to advertise for a missing person? You know what I mean? And I asked her, I said, like, how big would something like this be? She goes, well, as big as you would need it to be based on what the certain buses that they have that do this. And I'm like, that's an idea. And we have local bus. I don't know if anybody else out here has a place or has heard of a place called WRTA. That's our local busing system. Okay. Like they go in between the local cities and transport back around through in different parts of Ohio. I don't know if that's just in Ohio, if that's just an Ohio thing, or if it's anywhere else in the United States, but they do that as well. They have advertisements all over those buses too. So I thought about doing that because we've talked about before putting missing children, specifically Sebastian, but I think it needs to be something implemented possibly for all of them. Okay. I think a giant collage picture of different kids with names, address, or not addresses, but names and information would be amazing. Driving cross country, it's crazy. So
I think there are many different ways, Dago. You're right, because you can do specific to areas for certain children because
that's
of
what I
the,
mean.
but you
Yes,
could also bring awareness across the board with, like you said, like a collage of something,
that's what I mean.
So you would be doing two things: keeping, bringing the awareness that this is still happening, this shouldn't be happening to these kids, and boom, but also keeping their faces out there and familiar. Because if the cases start to grow cold and they slip away from sight, a year goes by,
Pick it back up. Yeah.
are you happy if you happen to see? I mean, would you remember? You know what I mean? Yes, if it was something you follow closely, you might look and go, "Oh wow, what?
Yep.
Where's my phone? Let me get my photo out and look. Make sure here." But you know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's the biggest thing, is working and networking together to try to help come up with ways to get their names out there.
And that's the thing, is if I know Greyhound is nationwide. I believe they are.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I talked to my local and they talked to a couple places. And if we can get that rolling throughout the United States in different areas where everybody else is located, it could be something that we could make a permanent thing. If it's something that they'll do at no cost, and maybe we can find somebody to sponsor the creation of the advertisements themselves because of the scenario, and roll it into something permanent, if you know what I'm trying to say. I think it would be an amazing way to do it. I've talked to U-Haul because they have advertisements on some of their vehicles as well now. And I've seen semis, like tractor trailers that transport, that do this now, that are just giant billboards that I've seen going down 75 and 76 around my area. And that's all they are, is they're just driving billboards. It's crazy. So those are things I think, as far as advertising the missing, because it's something that they need to be seen more than anything in the world. They need to be seen. When this first hit, I brought something up, and I think other people have said it too, about the gas pumps that play the videos, with this. I think that's a huge thing. Huge. Other people have brought it back up too, because you don't know, anywhere you go, people go on vacation, they're driving all over across country. Those are about everywhere now. I think I've seen, you pull into a gas station, you could see somebody that's missing in the gas station you pulled up in. Do you know what I mean?
Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
So to allude to this, and I was going to tell you guys about this anyways, but the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Yeah.
Let me hold on one second. Let me where I put my where on earth is my bag?
And I only brought that up because somebody had mentioned something in the chat, and I just wanted to readapt to that. That's all.
So the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children gave out these luggage tags, okay? And what they are here, let me. Okay, so I don't know if you can see them.
You have to turn a little bit because the glare from the lamp behind you is clipping it.
It's just a luggage tag.
Yeah, okay. I see it now.
And you put it on your luggage. And when you're in an airport, you can scan it. There's a QR code on it.
Right.
You can scan it, and it'll give you all the missing kids in the area.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yep.
That is really cool. That's a great idea.
Oh, yeah. You can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be I'm not going to carry it with me in my luggage. I'm going to carry it with me everywhere I go.
Yeah, that's a great idea, JC. I agree. I don't know. Where did you fly in at, JC?
Like what do you mean?
Or where did you fly out of and into? You flew into Tennessee, I know that, but where did you fly out of?
Flew out of Omaha, went into Dallas, and came to Nashville.
And you had a layover in Dallas?
Yes.
Okay. Did you wander around a little bit at these airports and notice if they have any like walls that have any missing people up on them?
I didn't really have time.
Gotcha. Okay, no problem. Are you at home now, or are you still in Tennessee?
I'm still in Nashville.
Okay. When you hit the airport to go home, look around a little bit and see if you can see, if you have the time, a wall that's designated for that kind of thing. I'm curious, but
absolutely.
Our Walmart here, I was there yesterday, and I did notice again. The last 2 weeks ago, I was there. I don't go there very often because I hate Walmart. It's a mess. But anyway, I don't like people either, so that's the problem. But the first photo, as soon as you walk through the entrance doors, there's an internal lobby where they keep the carts and stuff, right? There's a giant wall to the right of that. Sebastian's picture is the first one up, and from my end, I've heard multiple people say in their Walmarts that they have pictures of Sebastian up as well. That's amazing. If we could get other stores like Target and all these places to do stuff like that, I think it would definitely help.
And I think we have to come up with creative ways.
Yes.
To keep because honestly, when you're running into the store like that, I wonder how many people stop to actually look and read.
I do.
And I'm guilty, right?
Yep.
Of just going in there. I know what those are about.
Oh yeah, of course.
Even years ago when I didn't even know a lot about true crime, I always looked at them.
Yeah, right.
What I mean is I have 4 kids. I'm busy, and I need to get in there and get my shit, and I need to get out. So I still got to go home and cook dinner and get all these kids bathed and go to bed. I got a whole lot to do still.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna be, if I'm in a hurry, getting in and out of there. I didn't stop every time and look at this stuff. So what I mean by creative in today's world, now back when things were slower paced, absolutely, and there wasn't that many. Yes, and it's right there. You can see it. You're going to see it, and you're going to be forced to look at it.
Well,
but if it's over here, it's not like in my eye shot, right?
That's what I was
is. Your phone is in today's society. that phone is in your hand and it's powerful.
Yep.
So
and we
it's
get advertisements on our phones daily,
yeah.
every minute. That would be a great way. Any app you click into, I think that should be the first thing that shows up. I think that would be great.
Well, and
Okay.
see, that's the problem with like the board at Walmart. It's not like in a area where the customers look a lot. Okay, it's like at the entrance or something. It's like in a not a great area, so it's not like something that they're gonna like see immediately.
I told the one greeter at Walmart that when I walked in there the other day, I said, "Oh wow, there's pictures," and he noticed. He goes, "Oh, there's a lot because it's full, guys. It's full from the top to the bottom." And I said, "Yeah, there's a lot out there." I said, "That's kind of one of the things. This is kind of what I do." And he was like, "Oh wow, that's great." Blah blah blah. I said, "You know, though, it would be really if you guys could figure out a way to do it. I think it would be interesting to get that rope lighting that kind of has a runner in it, and it kind of streams around and surround that whole spot. All those photos that are there with that rope lighting, because the rope lighting is going to draw your attention when you walk through the door because it's moving. You see what I'm saying?
Have it blinking or like the
Rolling or flashing or something to catch your
Yeah.
attention. You're going to look to the right and you're going to stop from now. A lot of people won't, maybe because, like Salty said, and I've been that person too. I have to go get something, charcoal or something, and get the hell back out of there and get home. So we're not always going to look at it. I get that. But if you see lights blinking or moving or rolling or whatever you want to call it, you're going to stop for like at least a couple, 2-3 seconds ago. What the hell is that? And then you see, and then you're going to look at it, and you're going to,
You have to have. It's almost like you need to reach out and grab attention.
Yes.
And that's just a sign of where we are in life, and so it's and it's nothing bad. It's just we have to get creative about how we do it. Even if I got to do TikToks once a day on a missing person.
Yep.
And it's a new missing person daily. If I dedicate that, right, and I can do that right now because I have an active TikTok account.
Mm-hmm.
And I can start doing that as of tomorrow morning. And I guarantee you I can profile at least one per day. And I'm going to challenge myself to do just that now.
Right. And that's why I roll that slideshow that Doodle put together for us. And every couple shows, I'll put that in either somewhere in the beginning. Usually it's towards the end when I'm closing everything out. And I'll roll that and just let it play during the end of the show. So everybody, because I notice a lot of people sit here for a while and they talk to each other, say goodbye, blah, blah, blah. As my show is ending, that's rolling, and you can see those faces and their names on a regular basis. And I think that's a good way to do that as well. I don't have the ability to do it through every single show, but every 2 or 3 I do it and I just let it roll. And I think that's a good way to do that. And we've been adding new ones so. Doodle's been doing that with Molly, I think, too, every so often. So it's an idea if you're a creator to put something like that in and just let that go and let it stream through that either in the beginning of your show when you're setting up or in the end, maybe. You know what I mean? That's why I decided to do it. So
yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go to our Walmart one day this week and see where that board is because I think it's really in like a funky place. Like when you
They
come
usually
in
are.
and it's like on like I think there's like a side entrance and it's like a little hallway where there's games and stuff. I'm just going to look on both ends and see where it's at. And I think it's in a very inconvenient place, but I may go talk to the manager and be like, hey, yo, you're the manager. What can be done about this? Where can you put this? Let's sit down and talk. Where can you put this where that it can be better seen? These kids are missing. What can
they put them.
We do?
They put them in the service center areas. They put them in the arcade areas. Mine is when you walk through the electronic doors in the very front. You walk into like I don't want to say foyer, but that's kind of what it is, where they keep the carts and the
Yeah, but
A
how
little,
many
a little
people
scooter.
and how many people look there because you're just going in to get a cart?
Well, no. And here's the thing, though. When you go through the doors, Kimber, you go in, and there's carts to the left, and they come in,
Right.
all of them. To the right, they have those little electronic scooters that they have plugged in, and above that,
Yes.
is the wall of those kids and people. It's not just kids; it's missing people in general, and it's right there above that. And you have to, if you look over to the right, you'll see it. It's full.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's right there before you walk into where the greeter stands. You know what I mean? In that opening there, which is a good place for it. But I've also seen him on the wall in the service center, which unless you go to the service center, you're not seeing it. You know what I
But
mean?
that's one end of my Walmart, but the other end of my Walmart,
The
is
grocery
real,
side.
the grocery side. You walk in, and there's carts, and I can't remember. I'll have to go look. It may be on the wall there, but
Mhm.
there just needs to be something to make it stand out if it's right there.
Well, that's
And
why I
I'm
mentioned that to that guy. Those blinking lights or something that
yeah,
say, "Hey,
yeah.
look here." You know what I mean? So
Y'all got
something like
blinking
that.
lights. Y'all got blinking lights. Put it on your
But
profit and
when
loss statement and put it up there.
it's
Yeah.
like the media posting, it's like mainstream media reporting of missing persons.
Mm-hmm.
They only do it for a little bit, right? That
Yep.
poster at the store is only going to go a little ways.
Right.
I am more prone to pay attention on my downtime before I go to bed when the kids are down with that phone in my hand, right?
Yep.
And if I'm scrolling TikTok or YouTube or Facebook or Instagram, whatever your thing is, if you can get, if you can get it out there along that's going to be that's the way to reach people with a broad reach.
Well, and also another one my wife brought up, Salty. Kind of like what you're saying. In the mornings, like the 6 o'clock news at noon and the 6 o'clock news in the evening, or whatever you want to call. They run commercials constantly. Okay, constantly. They're every so many seconds. I swear to God. Like, how hard would it be to throw a commercial in that runs a slideshow of the missing, a quick one, but it talks about it a little bit too? I mean, I know it's airtime, but again, everybody watches the news. I don't know too many people that do. And I think those would be good times, just like your phone. You're looking at your phone constantly. There should be those ads in the
That's
phone.
when it becomes a responsibility. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's a lot of things that go into play with that being media.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing that makes social media different.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't really need anybody's approval but my own, right?
Mm-hmm.
If my account grows and grows and grows and was all of it, you know what I'm saying? And like you one day you got all these people following you.
Right.
But the more you grow, the broader your reach can grow. And hopefully you're doing it in a way where you're helping.
Yep.
And getting those faces out there. And that, and just that's what I mean when because no matter what you're into, you could be into following just fashion. I don't know. On the Instagram or whatever they do over there. And maybe there's a way to get it out there where people can start seeing these missing flyers, right? And that maybe wouldn't ordinarily see it. But there's a way to reach people, and people who do follow it will see it and maybe will share it out. And then their friends will see they've shared it out. And that's how it builds and grows with social media. That,
Absolutely.
and if you follow something and you've told your friend, now they're knowing it, it's like that.
Yep.
And so that's a way to get a name and faces out there quickly because people start looking for Gabby Petito pretty quickly. Social media played a big part in finding and tracking her, basically.
Definitely.
And even him, people thought they saw him in the woods and shit. But anyway, he was spotted here. They thought no, it wasn't him for real. But people swore there was a video cam. It was a trail cam. Somebody had a deer cam, and he was coming through the woods, and it was a guy with a backpack. And oh my God, it was like it circulated around here big time on Facebook. And within minutes of it being seen out there, and it was crazy. But it was like everybody was swarming down that was Brian Laundrie, and I was laughing because I was like, there's no fucking way.
Right.
Because for one, the spot he was at,
Mm.
you know how to get there, right?
Yeah.
Just no random way, even off the interstate, not gonna happen. is too far from the interstate. It was crazy. It turned out it was that one random local guy that trolls your rural area, up to no good. It was that guy, so I mean, it's just a lot,
Yeah, no, I agree.
But you can get the word out there quickly.
Yes, ma'am. I do
As
agree.
long as we share it, and that was, and I hope that people can learn to and I needed to get better at doing it too. You know what I mean? That's what prompted me to start sharing Sebastian more on my Facebook so that my family and friends could share, and that helps it all grow.
Yeah, agreed. That's what Brandy, she's not in here tonight, but she put together a TikTok on our TikTok account that's linked to this channel. I don't do TikTok, guys, but she puts videos on there, and there's a whole thing for Sebastian on there, and we need to put multiples out there too, and that's what I'm going to do, and it runs through there the whole time. So anybody scanning through TikTok, they're going to flash by and see that and stop and look at it, possibly, hopefully. But I want to put my slideshow on there too. That way it's seen. That's, like I said, that's why I run that slideshow in every couple videos I do, because it gives you guys, as you're saying goodbye and watching the end of the show, the ability to see this. And it's in your face. There's no choice, unless you leave, but hopefully that doesn't happen. But that's why I've been doing that, because I think it's a great idea, and it gives you the option to slowly, well, it's kind of quick, but still see it as the show's ending and we're shutting everything down. You're seeing the missing people that need to be paid attention to, and I love that idea. So it's the best thing we can do with the best tool out there, guys.
We need, and we do need more. The missing do need more coverage. We need to.
Yeah, that's a big deal. It is.
And in the Sebastian case, what needs to be covered is
he needs his name, his
he
face.
Needs his name. He needs his name and his face kept out there. And if there's breaking news, then it needs to be covered. If there's not, the drama no longer needs to be covered. It just doesn't.
That's why you haven't seen me put anything out with that anymore. I just refuse to do it now. I've been on panels, yes, and I've talked about different options for different things, but that's, that is what it is. But my channel, I will not put out any more of that stuff. And I haven't done a lot of that to begin with, because I just don't think it's doing any good. It's taking one more second away from looking for him. And there's too much of that happening now. So that's why. I did want to show you guys this, though, because a few people brought this up. This happened in my area, like I said, 20 minutes from me in Akron.
Yeah, my husband talked about this last night because, he's from that area. So.
Oh, right. And I thought this was pretty crazy.
Breaking news this morning in Akron. One man is dead and 26 others are injured after a shooting just after midnight. Good morning to you. I'm Tessa DiTiro. This is video from our news crew on the scene this morning and overnight near Kelly Avenue and 8th Avenue. You can see dozens of evidence markers on the ground. Our crews report seeing shell casings, cups, fireworks, shoes strewn across the street. Akron police confirm a gun and several dozen shell casings were recovered. Officers were inundated with 911 calls just after midnight, reporting multiple people being shot. Then those victims flooding the local hospitals at Akron General and Akron City Summa Health Emergency Rooms. That is where we find our Elizabeth Van Metre this morning. Elizabeth, you have been working this story for hours, even speaking with a witness this morning.
Yeah, I sure did, Tessa. Yeah, a lot of those victims being treated right.
Hold on, let me try. It might be you, JC, but let me try to fix it. Hold on.
I have sound.
Do you? Okay. It might be you, Jay. You just might have to go out and pop back in, JC.
Inside of here this morning. This is actually only about 5 minutes away from where that street party took place, where that shooting was. We have been able to confirm this morning that Cleveland Clinic Akron General
Miss
is
Barbara.
also treating patients. We know 7 patients are being treated over there. 1 is in critical condition. We've also been able to confirm that that hospital was on lockdown just after midnight last night. That lifted up around 3:26 this morning. Now, we know that this hospital also had heavy security overnight. We have video of that. You can see just how much security it was. You can see the police officers right at the entrance there. You can also see that there was blocking off of the ER itself. It was tense here. Police tape was up around those doors. Akron police confirmed to us that around midnight, 911 calls started coming in about multiple people being shot on 8th and Kelly Avenue.
Akron City and Akron General are both on diversion to all for a lockdown for a large shooting in the city of Akron.
Now, we spoke to a witness who told us that it looked like a...
What diversion means, guys, just so you guys understand. I hate that when they do that because it makes our jobs harder. But that means that they're at full capacity. They cannot take any ambulances or any more patients coming in through emergency. Walk-ins, they can't turn them away, but once they get inside, they'll be sitting there for hours and hours. But ambulances, they divert them to other hospitals, which is a dangerous situation for any EMS workers out there, because a lot of times you can only get patients stabilized to an extent in an ambulance. You have to get them in a hospital to get certain things done that we can't do in an ambulance. And when you're diverting to other hospitals, it just more and more time, and you lose people that way. So that's a bad situation like that.
Street party looked fun at first. People were dancing. There was loud music. People were spinning out cars. But things at the street party turned pretty quickly.
There are about 500 people. It was something I've never seen before. Everyone was wearing white T-shirts. There were women on vehicles with no outfit, no clothing on, dancing, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. And I was just like, whoa! It looked like a scene from like a spring break movie. And then on our way back, it was completely a different scene.
Now, during initial investigations, police did find multiple shell casings around. They also did find a gun. No one is in custody at this time. This morning, we have a lot more questions than answers, including were there multiple shooters or was it just one shooter? And what led up to all of this morning in Akron? For News 5, I'm Elizabeth Van Mitri. Back to you.
Elizabeth, I know you're working on some of those answers. Thank you for your coverage this morning.
So that's what happened down the road from me the other night.
So they still haven't caught the guy, Dago?
Not that I know of.
That's scary shit.
This is why this kind of stuff shouldn't be allowed to happen. This area is a very bad area. Actually, you guys, the CJ that we used to work together with some stuff. This is where he's from, is down in this area somewhere. Initially, not this exact area, but this part of Akron, I believe, from what he explained to me. But this is bad stuff down here, and this is pretty norm. But I'm surprised they let them have a street party like this.
With 500 people?
500 plus.
Yeah, that's a lot of people for a street party.
Mm-hmm. There was probably people coming from Cleveland and other parts of the state too, because that's typically how this happens. But this is insane. And there's children that live in these areas. That one background, the video we just watched, they have projects in different areas. Their projects were behind them to the back right. And there's kids outside all the time over there playing. So somebody that's just madly shooting, stray bullets can hit kids too. You know what I'm saying? So that's just no good. No good, no good.
Madam Mom, that was a shooting. That was a mass shooting overnight in Akron, Ohio. It happened last night.
They were having some kind of celebrating something because there were fireworks and all sorts of stuff. I thought
it was at a street party.
Maybe it was for Memorial Day, but that was like
500 plus.
That's crazy. So that's what that's all about. We'll see Thank God thus far there's only one person that's deceased, but there's still people in critical condition. So I don't know, folks. Bad stuff going on. People need to stop this shit. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot more things that are more important right now than this kind of stuff. That's awesome, Norma. I didn't know you even had
Marion.
even know you had a channel. Welcome, Marion, again. 5,000 followers, and I haven't even went live yet. Well, that's good. Jesus. That's very good. If you have a link, you can drop it in here, Norma. I didn't even know you had a channel. So if anybody's from the Ohio, Akron, whatever area, be careful over that way, please. Okay, wait, we have an update on that. Hold on. Most awarded. Good Lord. Okay.
In Cleveland, News 5 at 11 starts now.
Now at 11. Early morning gunfire causing panic in the streets of an Akron neighborhood.
My heart dropped, like straight into my stomach.
Leaving one dead, dozens injured, and a whole community on edge.
It's very concerning to me that this is Akron.
The latest on a massive party turned tragic, making national headlines.
We are imploring the community to come forward with anything that you might know regarding this terrible incident.
Tonight, a city mourns as police frantically search for those responsible.
Anyone who was involved in last night's shooting will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Rob Powers. A chaotic night turned into a morning and a day of shock and disbelief. That Akron community is now searching for answers after 25 people were shot during a street party on the city's east side. One of those victims, a 27-year-old man, was killed. This all happened near the intersection of Kelly Avenue and 8th Street. Shortly after midnight, police responded to several 911 calls for reports of shots fired and multiple injuries. News 5 was the only local television station at the scene shortly after shots rang out in the early morning hours. You can see police evidence markers scattering up and down the street. City officials in Akron addressed the shooting at a news conference. News 5 investigator Tara Morgan was there. She has the latest now as law enforcement works to find out who's responsible.
An urgent call out from Akron's mayor and police chief about the deadly street party shooting. Police say there's evidence that indicates this may have been a drive-by where a rifle was used. With no suspects and a few leads in a deadly street party shooting.
A rifle, that sounded like a semi-automatic weapon in the beginning. That's crazy. Yeah, Terry, you're out here too. You're probably closer to that than I am, honestly, Terry.
City leaders make a desperate plea.
There are people out there who know the person or persons involved, and I implore you to speak up.
This whole street was where the block party was.
But gunshots and screams were captured on.
That was, I'm telling you, that's semi-automatic. Hold on.
But gunshots and screams.
That's semi-automatic. He fired too many times.
You could hear that rotate through. That's
Yep.
automatic. Yeah, that's not just a rifle.
Former councilwoman Tara Mosley Weems.
It didn't seem like Akron. It seemed like a war zone.
Police say officers first went to Kelly and 8th Avenues for loud noise and fireworks late Saturday night. About 200 people took over the street, but the crowd began to break up. About an hour later, gunfire and people filling emergency rooms.
The scene was littered with spent shell casings, mostly pistol caliber rounds.
Police Chief Brian Harding says based on the layout of the shell casings, it appeared to be a drive-by. 2 handguns were recovered.
We believe that some individuals at the party may have
2
returned.
handguns were
The sheer
recovered.
number of victims is shocking and deeply concerning.
The 25 victims between 19 and 43 years old. 4 of the wounded are related to Juanita Tucker.
Yes, it was my nephew's birthday party, and he has it, every year. And obviously someone, saw the chance to come and just, wreck things and hurt people.
There's now concern for retaliation. Mayor Shamus Malik says they hope to make an arrest soon before that happens.
We have many detectives that are out canvassing additional patrols in the area and additional patrols as well. We've also partnered with some of our federal and state partners as well.
The chief and mayor say they are aware of community distrust in law enforcement and are working to develop relationships.
That's why we have multiple.
Yes, it did, Terry.
We're asking for the information.
City leaders say there were more than 100 people who possibly witnessed what happened, and they're hoping they will share what they saw. In Akron, I'm News 5 investigator.
Hey, Dago.
They won't, because if this was gang related, which we have a lot of that out there, there will be retaliation, and this is going to turn into a war zone. It's
That's what I was fixing to say.
Back and forth, back and forth.
They just said there was possible for retaliation, so that's definitely sounds like gang related.
And that nobody will tell anybody anything. That's the thing.
Oh no, they won't.
Nobody's going to come
They
forward.
won't say a word.
That's what that sounds like to me. And it's going to happen again and again and again until something big happens, and then that'll shut it down for a while. But it happens in Cleveland, it happens in Youngstown, it happened in Warren, where I'm from. Come on, you guys, like, what the? We're killing each other. Okay, that's the problem I have. We're killing each other at this point. When is enough going to be enough? There's so many more things that can be worried about. Hold on a minute. I want to show you guys something else, by the way.
Now, your body.
So, again, good old Tennessee. Another body was found in the Cumberland River again.
Who's that guy?
That is the newscaster. I have no idea who he is.
Okay.
This river is like turning into like a cemetery, guys. There's so many people they pull out of this
The
river.
Cumberland River is not a kind river, and
I get it.
It has been released from the Cumberland River. Metro National Dispatch says multiple units from the Nashville Fire Department were sent to a water rescue operation today, but it ended up being a recovery operation. According to NFD, a 911 reported seeing a body floating in the river. Crews were sent to that location on the waterway, but the water carried the body away. As a result, personnel reportedly had to use an app to keep updating the body's location until they recovered it. The scene is set to be turned over to the Metro Nashville Police Department.
Wow.
that was informative.
Yeah, I know. They don't tell you. Well, they don't probably have very much on it. And then this happened the other day here.
But Dago, I honestly wonder how many. And mom has lived here, so I just honestly wonder how many.
I said
lives a year as far as homeless people.
We turned out of the breaking.
Lives that river takes, and nobody ever questions it.
When Riley went missing, I was talking with Cletus about it, and somebody else.
They found 2 other people.
I know, and that's what I said. If they were to ever drain or dam off and drain that river, that would be like, good Lord Almighty. It would probably be a mass casualty recovery.
Oh yeah, and probably half the stolen cars out of 3 counties.
Check this out. Yeah, I agree with that. We have a river here like that too, but this happened here, like probably about 10 minutes from where I live. 5 days ago, I think it was, in Ohio.
News, the images coming in right now from downtown Youngstown, Ohio, the scene of a massive and devastating building explosion. A bank on the first floor ripped open. There were alarms just before the explosion. Apartments in the building above. Tonight, the race to account for everyone there. Several people rushed to the hospital. ABC's Alex Perez with late reporting for us.
Tonight, a terrifying building explosion in Youngstown, Ohio, just before 3 o'clock, sending debris flying and creating a plume of dust. The front of a Chase Bank on the first floor ripped off. One witness standing about 30 feet away says he heard an alarm sound right before.
You want to know something that pisses me off with this? Okay, I will, Leslie. These guys, see all these barrels? There were workers out here working and stuff, and they smelled the gas. At first, they thought this was a terrorist action, but they smelled gas, and they all booked it. They didn't go warn nobody. They did nothing, but they took off, right? There were people inside the bank still working when this happened.
For the explosion.
People running all over the place, smoke, debris. There was stuff coming, like insulation and paper flying all over the place coming out of the bank.
I want them to show the video of it blowing up.
Multiple people trapped in the basement. Rescued one. We're working on a second.
First responders scrambling to the scene to rescue residents from apartments in the building. Fire officials say at least 7 people were transported to the hospital, 1 in critical condition. At least 2 people are still reported missing. And David, witnesses reported smelling gas after the blast, and authorities say that is one of the possibilities they are investigating as they work to pinpoint what exactly caused this blast. David.
And my thought is I used to work. Let me see if I can show you guys. Long time ago. On the other side of this building, this is the YMCA, but on the other side of this building over here, there was a building. I worked there a long time ago. But I think the workers that were working outside, they were replacing the drainage tiles that are underground under the sidewalks and stuff. And I almost guarantee you one of them nicked a line, like a gas line. And all it takes is a spark for that to ignite the gas line, and it will go up through the lines and blow up inside a building. I've seen that happen before to a house. But saying, what's up, Twiz? Oh, good to see you, sir. But anyway, so yeah, that happened here too. Thought it was kind of crazy, so I'd show you. Figured, what the hell? Holy hell, you guys! I looked at my time, and it's like, oh, it's only been 4 hours. I forgot that this is the second part of the stream, so we've been going here for a while. Let me check my email for Leslie real quick. Sorry, did I put all you guys asleep?
No, I'm here.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Leslie. I got you. All right, guys. Well, I think that's going to do it for tonight. I need to let you guys go to bed. I'll be here tomorrow. I'm trying to, depending on how everybody else goes, I'm going to try to go at a normal time during the afternoon again. I'd like to get back to the afternoons if I can, but things have been crazy, so.
I love the afternoons and the evenings because I work all day, so I always I hate to catch you if you're on.
I prefer after. Me and Mom are like, we prefer afternoons and evenings.
And remember, guys, we got 6 days. 6 days. And we're going to be pulling off. There's multiple creators. We're going to be pulling off a 12-hour live stream about missing people. It's just going to be ongoing. All of us are going to link together and do that. So, guys, get ready for that and tune in for that. This coming week, I'm going to try to put together this missing children in Tennessee thing. And see what I can get done and going on that. Or just missing in Tennessee. There's a lot. There's a whole lot, guys. It's crazy. Excuse me.
Is Salty still with us?
She might have passed out finally. She's probably exhausted. Or went and did something. Hold on.
I have my slide ready, and I put my best friend's music to it. That is copyright free because I have full permission to use it.
By the way, folks, for any of you that are interested in, well, that's huge, in any kind of merchandise, and you want to wear a little piece of the True Crime Cafe in here, Doodlebug got her shirt as well. I had my white one. There's a bunch of different colors you can get, but there's another version of it. Kim Marin has a blue one. It's like this color blue here.
Ooh, that's nice.
And there's black, there's gray, there's pink, purple. There's a bunch of colors, but I kind of like that one there myself. That's the one that Doodle got. So check it out if you guys want to. There's hoodies too, and we're going to be adding different things. I want to put some different ideas together with some of my weird sayings and that fun stuff, and some fun stuff to have that you guys can wear. And then we'll just add things as we go. Per request, if you guys have any requests. There's another one that Doodle was working on actually that she thought would look really funny and cool. I kind of like it. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Oh, I like that one.
I do like that. That's nice.
That's her saying, grab life by the meatballs. And then there's a little, either way, we're working on some different stuff. Doodle's really really talented and stuff like that. Molly, she does stuff like that too. She's really talented as well. So we're working on stuff like that, you guys. I promise. I want some other stuff besides just the logo too. Some fun stuff. And this one too, she said. I like this one a lot because I say this all the time. It doesn't have to have the same picture, but the saying I think is hilarious. If you can see it, hold on. At least pretend like you like me. Hit that like button.
Yeah, I like that one too.
I think that would be cool. Those of you dropping off, please have a great night. I'm going to throw something else in here to play as we rolling out. As soon as I find it. Oh, shoot. I don't know if you guys can see this. There's what a hoodie looks like. If you guys are interested in hoodies. I'll be getting a couple of these too. That's a white one. But I think it looks kind of neat.
I like
either way.
I like hoodies.
I do too. Every time I go to scroll up to something else, I keep hitting that. Anyway, I will get there. And of course you saw the coffee mugs. Give me 1 second, bear with me, and we will start the. Don't leave yet, though, please, if you don't mind. If you can help yourself. If you're busy, do your thing. I get it. And I appreciate everybody coming through, hanging out so long, supporting everything, supporting Madeline's case, supporting the Sebastian Rogers case, supporting all the missing people that we are looking for or trying to make a difference with. You guys are amazing for that. Absolutely. And I'm going to find this. I swear I am. I'm going to have Doodle repost this or give me just a generalized link for this because it's so hard to find all the time. 1 second. Come on, big O. Where's it at? Where you at? Where you at? Are we getting close? We might be. And again, guys, you guys are great. Thank you for everything that you guys do. Thank you to anybody that may have donated to the links that we run on here. That means a lot too. That helps to pay the bills, and them bills are due. So it keeps me out here doing my thing, guys. I appreciate you very much for any of you that do that. It's never, ever expected. Understand that, but it is always appreciated. So, Mom, Salty, Kimber, thank you for joining me today for this. Everybody in chat, you guys are absolutely, absolutely amazing. I appreciate you all very much. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't forget, don't change a thing about yourselves because you guys are the beautiful people. And I wouldn't be here without you. Mods, you're great. I appreciate you very much. My producers, thank you for everything as well. Yes, Kimber.
Check your Discord DM too. You don't have to check it right now. I didn't mean right this minute.
No, I got you. Okay, no problem. That being said, folks, I think that's going to be it for tonight. And again, like I said, I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob and Mom for with the coming on with to talk about the case and the documents and that, you know, Mom, going back to that hotel key, I think we can still have a little more conversation about that as well. But thanks for hosting this, guys, and talking about the case with us and everything. I appreciate it because I like to follow it's good to follow up on the cases you've been following, and Maddie's case is important. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Thank you for being here, Salty. I always appreciate you.
Oh, no problem. I enjoyed when I saw you guys were going live. I was like, oh yeah, because I just actually had saw that, and I even said it. I think I said a comment to Mom in the Discord. We need to discuss, and then a little bit. I don't even think she's seen it, and you guys were going live. I was like, okay, we're gonna discuss then, I guess. So.
Oh yeah, I pulled. She did great with that one. She sent something to me. Said something to me. I was somewhere else, and I said, you know what? And I turned and looked at my wife, and I said, this is kind of important. I said, do we have anything that you? She goes, just do what you got to do, and that was it. And here we went. So I appreciate it. Mom, thank you for everything.
It got sent to me, and because normally I stay on top of the link, but it got sent to me, and I was like, oh, no. And I was in where Doggo was, and I was like, hey, check Discord.
Yeah. Because we're waiting on, we know that the case is going to progress. And when the defense began, requesting, interacting with the case, basically we're going to start getting the discovery dumps.
Yeah.
So there will be a lot of information coming out that will be shared, and it's just I think it's going to open people's eyes to what could really be happening out there. Because you don't really think about the whys, you know what I mean? How we got theirs and how this child that you've heard about in the news that went missing and now been found, you may not always hear about the whys and the who's and the what all, And this way we choose some, not all of us choose. We choose to do missing persons cases, but I choose to do true crime. So I know what I'm getting into. You know what I mean? But it's while you're doing it, do it to bring awareness to the cases, the situations, and the victims, and to help keep it, out there and do it, and try to get there. Just keep them out there. That's important.
That's it. That's absolutely it.
But yeah, thanks for doing this, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you again.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, dear.
Yes, I'm about to
have a
hop
good night.
down. I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah, I got to get up at some point. I don't have to have an alarm in the morning. It feels good.
I know.
But yeah,
Awesome.
got to
That's
get up
awesome.
at some point and do a few things. So
I am super excited about not having to get up at 5:30 in the morning for at least 3
I
months.
know that school alarm sucks, man. I don't miss it.
Nope.
I forgot to turn it off. Like our last day with the kids here was Friday, but I had forgot to turn it off. Right?
Yeah.
Shit, woke me up.
Mine went off this morning. I went to bed at 4:30 and it went off at 5:30. I'm like, wait, what? I went into a panic and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, well, thanks again. I really, really appreciate it, guys. Have a good night.
Yes.
Have a good night, y'all. Catch you on the flip side.
Good night,
Yes,
Kimber. Have a
ma'am.
great
Good
night.
night.
Mom,
Good
as
night.
always, thank you
Good
for
night,
everything
chat.
you do. Again, thank you for everything you have done, especially on Maddie's case. That's absolutely amazing. I do have a photo. I think he's actually in this somewhere, or in the other one I might have. Ryan Larson's photo. It's in a collage I have somewhere, but I will put that one up as well. We've talked about Ryan Larson's case a few times. It's another insane scenario for those of you that aren't familiar. But again, guys, thank you for everything. I wouldn't be here without you guys. I appreciate you all so very much. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. And I will see you all very soon, I promise. Take care, everyone, and God bless.